Hi, everybody. Hello, hello. Let me start getting some cards to work. Let's see, what do we got? Good. Put that over there. Hello, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I'm just fucking getting some stuff together here so that we can sort as a family. Arc. All right. Now we've got decent stuff. Get to meat and potatoes of it all. Luckily, I don't have any first ed arc. I guess not luckily, but knowingly I don't have it, so make this easier. Okay, start with this first. We'll get, we'll get one more step. One more step. Maybe two more steps. Maybe two more steps. Do not knock anything over, please. Hell yeah, Yama. Hell yeah. Good to see you, bud. How are you? How you been? Okay. Terrible. Terrible. She's crazy. She's crazy. My cat's crazy. Okay. Busy moving, managed by my own partner. Nice, dude. Hell yeah. Congrats on that. Right now, so. Oh. All right. I'm here. Somebody just tell me when the ban list is up. Let me get this up here real quick. Like, I swear to God, if it drops like the second I start doing shit, I'm gonna be pissed. All right. So, we're vibing, we're hanging out. Hopefully, everybody here is also hanging out and having a good time. It's a nice tray. I got this. It's a BCW sorting tray. I think you can find them on Amazon. They're pretty cheap comparatively. So, I think it was like $10, $15 or something like that. So you should be able to find them on Amazon. All right, let me get my stuff together here. Just getting my cards in order. Weapon. These are all equipment pieces. This, and then curled as shit rainbow foils. Yikes. Oh, this is crew. So don't need any of that. Need crew. We're only here for our crews. All crew? All crew. So, back. Put this back up here for right now. Continue on again with our stuff. Oh man, this ban list is like got everybody in a fucking tizzy right now. It is insane. Runeblade, man, wizard. Everybody is like freaking out about this thing because they're like, oh, what's gonna get banned? What's not gonna get banned? It's like, it'll be okay. Fake one that came out? Yeah, the one that's just like real and true ban list and it's like a bunch of bullshit. I did see that. I tell you, unless I see the article actually pop up, I can't tell you how many people initially, I think during, it may have even been during the last ban list or the one beforehand, where like people were just making fake ban lists to like post on Twitter and just be like, oh, this is the ban list, and it's like it's not linked to anything. Like you don't, there's not like an article that's on the Fab website. So I'm just like, guys, don't fall for this shit. Please don't do this. Please don't do this. Okay, Ranger, Runeblade. Yeah. Yeah, it was, I didn't even actually, I genuinely did not even look at the actual fake ban list, because I was just like, this isn't real, obviously, so like, it's not gonna be it, but it was just funny because I think I saw like Art of War was unbanned or something on there, and it was like the wildest shit. I think Warrior isn't gonna. Yeah, Warrior's probably not gonna get anything. So, on about stopping by. Hey, Topple, how are you? Why do you any girl? Yeah, I know. Remember when you said yesterday? You're like 10 a.m. 10 a.m. is when we'll be getting it. We'll be getting it for 10 a.m. our time, and I'm just like, what are you on about? Like, I don't know. If they haven't done it yet, they're gonna definitely hold out on a lot of this. So, what's up, Jonathan? How you doing, dude? Welcome on in. Hopefully your day's been good. Whip. I'm just sorting some Arcane Rising, making sure that I can get all my bulk in the right place. What's up, Joshua? How are you? 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Ah, I see. Well, yeah, of course, it could be any time during business hours of New Zealand, so that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, who knows, right? Like, that could still very well be the case, but I think it's definitely one of those, like, you have to be cautious, because some people make, like, I don't know, some people make those, and then other people go like, oh, I have to sell all my stuff, and they, like, immediately try to offload it, and it's like, you can't, like, you can't do that. You can't do all that shit. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, Arcane Rising, it's not the set I started with, but it's honestly one of the sets I probably have like the least amount of product for. Well, I used to have the least amount of product. Now I have a lot more of it because some folks gave me their bulk for it. So now I have a lot more in the realm of cards for Arcane Rising, which is nice. Which is quite nice indeed. Especially when you get all these. Unfucking transformer control wiring design dude, design engineers are awful. I remember that was something that, like, when I worked at that place that when I used to work at Amazon, effectively, I don't know why, I just like tried to like not say their name. But when I worked at Amazon, it was so funny because like the entire building is like not built to make sense anywhere, like in the place. Like it's very, very organized, but it's not like a lot. It's not really, really well done. And so oftentimes I'm just like, why do I have to go all the way over here to fill a thing when there should be like water stations near like the actual stations themselves? And somebody was just like, they don't exactly hire the best design team for this. So. Oh, sorry, I've already searched the Sinks and Fates and yeah, you know, as much as I don't want to sort it, well, it's a lie. I want to sort it. I just want it to like be done. You know, like it's like if it wasn't for the fact that like sorting machines cost thousands of dollars, I'd have probably already bought one by now, found a space in my office to run it, just so I could put cards in there and organize them, because I do not want to like keep doing this all the time. Because like usually if I buy a box, I organize the box as I open it, and then it's real easy to put into the slots, right? But not always the case. Like you don't always get to do that, so it's just wild thing. I think I love you. That's the song, right? Pretty sure. Tell me if I'm wrong. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, I do hope at some point I get to do something along the lines of like an Arcane Rising like draft or a sealed thing even. But here it's very interesting. It's a very interesting limited experience compared to what they've been building now. Yeeted all your bulk commons non-foil, yeah. Just chucked them. I mean, you know, if it's something that's gonna be too much for you, I understand doing it, so. Yeah, Joshua, Project Blue's been a lot of fun. I've been having a lot of fun with Project Blue, so I'm very excited to continue playing it and getting more information there, because I think it's a really fun format. I think a lot more people should be playing it. The fact that, like, more and more people are bringing it up, like, with how many people are, like, incredibly excited for the format in general, it is kind of crazy to see how many people are just, like, super hyped about a like, budget format, because, like, you don't see that much hype for Commoner. But, like, now that Project Blue's a thing, everybody's like, whoa! A deck you only need to spend $10 on? That's crazy. But, like, I do think a lot of people kind of don't play Commoner strictly because they are, you know, they believe that Commoner is too low power because you don't have things like rares or anything like that. Yeah, the rares are a problem for me too. That's why, like, so what I do a lot of times with this bulk is I will create like starter decks for people with the bulk, and then they can feel free to, like, you know, take them from stores. I go donate them to stores and stuff, and then those stores are what do you call it? And then the stores can just give them out to new players. But the downfall there is that if I use rares, I run out of the decks I can make really, really quickly. But if I just make them with commons, then it's fine. Because, like, a new player is not going to, like, bother with trying to figure out anything of, like, oh, okay, like, but it doesn't feel as high power kind of deal. Like, they're not going to know what power feels like in the game, right? What's up, Felipe? How are ya? How are things? Yeah, I think that really is it, though, right? Is that, like, a lot of the cards that are core to a gameplay style, core to, like, a theme of a hero, are in rare. And that's where you see a lot of that disconnect, because, like, people want to play, but they can't really do their engine. All right, more stacks. I'm just gonna kind of get all of my Arcane Rising in one spot, and then so much. Your crew. This might be, well, I still have 2 other boxes to go through. I might have more Arcane Rising to go through, but we'll see. Playing a lot of PvE, yeah, dude, the format feels awesome. I mean, so far, I think it's pretty good. There are probably some things that I'd like to change personally, if I were to change anything in the format, but overall, I think it's not a... It's fairly well done for what it's worth, you know? Be able to get the complete Mario package. Need to pivot? I can. Missing a shelter now, though. Oh, there you go. Well, I mean, shelter luckily is not, like, the end of the world. If you're like, oh, I don't have a shelter from the storm, like, you can just play Sync, right? Play Sync below if you really want to. Guardians are the one to beat in Project 2, or in Project Blue. Guardians are, they're a lot, but they're certainly not, like, the ones to beat. I actually feel like the aggro decks are pretty, like, insane, just because, like, the blocking value of the game is not as high, so you don't have so much, like, fatigue going on in that. Changes in the ban list, specifically. I think that, you know, you could probably make a couple of these heroes, like, a lot more viable if you just unban some of the cards. I think maybe like only banning certain colors of cards would be a good call, right? Like instead of banning all Rootbound Carapace, instead you just ban like red and yellow Rootbound Carapace. You can just have the blues instead, like if you're really trying to like make it something. But the new Bravo's, oh, I can only imagine the new Bravo's insane. I saw that hero power and I was like, dog, are you serious? That's gonna be crazy. Like, you're essentially playing Starvo, but in a young hero format. Like, that's a lot. Not something you often get to do. But somebody on Bluesky that I follow, and they follow me, they made a Briar deck, and Briar seems to be crazy, because Briar, you can play both Burn Up Shock and Arcane Seed's Life, which is just, like, the nastiest combo. So, Briar's, like, pretty good. What else? Briar's pretty good. Yeah, Flourish is pretty good. I've not actually played Flourish in paper, but it is there. At least I own copies, I should say. So ran into a Kasai that did Snatch, Razor Reflex, and a Yellow Blade Runner. Ooh, yikes. Yeah, Warriors get to do some pretty fun stuff in the format too. And especially since, like, again, like there's not that many defense reactions, so like I almost think Dawnblade Dory could have like a pretty wild time with that overall. I just fucked this whole thing up, didn't I? It goes over here. You guys watch me do that and didn't tell me? The hell. Bracers. I don't know why these Azaleas are sleeved. I don't know why these Viscerai are sleeved either. Ano was sleeved. Dashes are sleeved. Weird. Okay. Looks like to be a bunch of tokens and stuff. LG has such a limited supply of singles, so I'm stuck paying shipping and waiting for TCG player. Oof. Yeah, I would say it's LGS is, I mean, even out here, like we have a pretty solid flesh and blood scene out here, but LGSs don't really crack boxes, which is kind of the crazy thing, because like I think if more LGSs paid attention to the game and understood that they could open up boxes, sell the singles, and more than likely make more on average of most of the boxes, especially of newer sets, you'd see more with singles. Because singles will like nearly always sell. It's boxes that have trouble selling. And so it's very interesting to see that stores tend to sell. Damn it, I can do this again. Stores tend to sell boxes more than they do singles, which doesn't make any sense. So 10 cases of high seas, yeah. Yeah, it's good just to like have it, you know, like just to have that available. So I don't know. I think like even out here, like I said, like we don't have a lot of stores that actually have like a lot of singles. Like as far as like if you're looking for anything like bulk, right? There is a couple there's a couple places that we have out here that have like some bulk, but it's mostly just like really two stores kind of. What's up, Tomas? How are ya? How are you? I don't know when the ban list is dropping. It could be at any point, so hopefully it's before I leave for my freaking armory tonight, so I can talk about it. All I want to do. Community driven tourneys for PB. I know there's a league that's happening, like currently happening in for Project Blue on the Project Blue fan server in Discord. But as far as that, I don't know that there's too much else. I mean, I do plan to do something, at least community-wide. So, but not yet. Right now, I'm too busy with other stuff right now, and I think it might wait until after Nats that I do something of that front. Nora, what's up? No Majestics in here. Only bulk. Only bulk. So nothing insane. Unfortunately, this is already kind of halfway sorted bulk. I just need to like fully alphabetize and get it all in where it needs to be. So, any chance Sink Below gets reprinted? I don't know that it will. I mean, it's fine. Like, I mean, it's fine if it does get reprinted, but I don't know that that's going to be like the kicker here. The only reason I could see it getting reprinted is because you're going to have like arrows with overpower, and so it might be like oh, well, you know, you want to be able to handle overpower in the limited format, so seeing this get unbanned is probably, or not unbanned, freaking reprinted is probably pretty okay, but I don't know. Drip, we are not going to get, well, I mean, we'll probably get the Gravy Bones Weapon at Taipei, I'd imagine. See no way they ever reprint Sink Fate. I mean, they reprinted it in the Bolton deck, and obviously that's the issue, is that like they made Shelter from the Storm in just the last set. So obviously they're still doing more stuff with 0-for-4 defense reactions. And also, hello Andrew. Yeah, I'm refreshing their front page, and I'm not getting anything yet. So that is why this is a waiting room and not a we're all looking at the ban list together yet room. Because I can't. I don't know when it's gonna drop. So yeah, that's right. And they made a version for Sync for London. They're making a version of Sync for the Project Blue event, which is just the wildest thing to me. So the fact that Project Blue has Sync Below banned, but they're having an event where if you go there, you can get a Sync Below participation prize. Stupid. You think we're gonna get a Pirate D-React? Hopefully not. Hopefully, I don't think this set's gonna really care too much about defense reactions. Right? Because like if you're thinking from the perspective of like limited, right? It is essentially the concept of you have to find out what's going to work good if you have a lot of cards in the limited space that are going to be often seen. So like, for instance, you know, block cards make more sense because it's just block and you get to do a bunch of this other stuff, but a defense reaction really just makes it so anytime you have a defense reaction, Marlin just becomes like a way worse hero comparatively. Now, obviously, block does the same thing because Marlin's going to be using overpower and not dominate. So, you know, you're in that boat there too, but I guess it's just a different thing. I'm not sure how design space looks like for that kind of stuff, but you are WTR. What the hell are you doing in here? What are you doing in the goddamn pot? Like the bath? Yeah, there is a pirate block, so they seem to be doing a lot more with the block cards than anything else. I was wondering where I was going to get all my mech cards. I'm saying that I have all this other stuff and like no mech stuff. Yeah, Sunken Treasure's pretty good. You have there's another one, I think. Maybe those are generics. I think I'm thinking of the generic ones. All three pirates are going to rely on board state building. No, I think, well, I mean, like, cogs theoretically are board state building, right? So if you're, like, looking to get a bunch of cogs, but I don't know that it's going to be, like, good. Obviously, Gravy Bones is going to care a lot about board state building. But Ranger, probably not. I had assumed cannons were going to be, like, this thing that you could set up and, like, you'd pay a resource and they fire a cannon and it deals, like, 1 damage, go again. And then it turns on all your other stuff, but it turns out it's just a weapon, so... okay, I have to get more... Alright, 1 second. 1 second. Nothing in there. Okay. Don't have too much. We don't have too much art left to go, so soon we can start doing the actual sorting. Yay! What's up, Bob? How are ya? All's well over here? Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do as far as like any crazy cards that you're gonna see. I'd imagine it's, you know what, I wouldn't even be surprised. I'm sitting here thinking, like, what could they possibly also ban, right? And I think that the concept of Shelter from the Storm is something that they could ban. It would feel bad for everybody who just purchased 3 copies, but I do think that it is something that could get banned. I think Bonds of Agony could get banned. Would be interesting to see. Bring back Awakening. No, they're about to make all these Guardian cards. Ain't nobody bringing back goddamn Awakening. You're crazy for that. Yeah, it would blow up in their faces, but I think, like, the issue being is that a lot of people, whenever they look at bans, you know, it's like think of it kind of like the Commander bans, right? If you want to compare it, you get Commander bans. The Commander bans are awful because the cards that get banned are worth a lot of money, and you feel bad. But it does better the health of the game. And so, because it betters the health of the game, it's a minimal error that increases the overall playability of the game, right? So I feel like in that front, it makes sense that they can do something like that. Will they? Probably not, but they can, you know, they certainly can. But it is, I think the reason I say Shelter isn't so much because I'm just like, oh, I hate Shelter. I think it's a bad card. I think the card's too overpowered and needs to be put to nothing. The reason I say it is because, again, they are trying to actively work away from a 0-for-4 defense reaction. And more importantly, this one is a Majestic and harder to get. And you're only going to have 3 of them. And normally you only have 3 of a defense reaction anyway, because you're only really ever playing the red versions. So CS board game. All right, sounds good. Enjoy the Slay the Spire board game. We'll see you towards bans. Yeah, I don't know why they made it in the first place either. I don't think that it's a card that was necessary for the format, and frankly, I don't think it's a game-winning situation outside of the fact that it's another defense reaction that's a 0-for-4. But I guess, I don't know. Like, they definitely have to do something, right? Because if people are complaining about the health of the game, which, to be fair, has always been happening, mind you, I don't think there's ever been a game state in which people would be like, this was the best ever, except maybe like WTR and Heavy Hitters, right? When there were no talents. That's it. Yeah, but like, its accessibility is a different issue, right? It's the fact of the matter that, like, is this going to be something that, like, hurts the overall course of the game, right? So I don't know. I don't know what the go ahead with that. There's no way I only have this many mech cards. this? Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it's just another good 0 for 4 defense reaction, right? But the problem is that initially when they talk about design space, the 0 for 4 defense reaction is causing like more harm than good effectively from what I can tell. So because of that, it is just not, I don't know. Worse versions of cards? Yeah. I mean, there are definitely things in which, like, it makes sense to get a lesser version of the card, but I also think, again, like, you know, power creep would make a 0 to 60 into a 0 to 70, right? Like, 0 to 70 and it coming in for 5, a 0 for 5 with Go Again is, like, eventually you have to keep going up. Whereas with like going down is fine because you get another 0 cost, but it just is like more on rate than anything was previously. So the Throttle 0 to 60. I don't know why I put those there. 0 to 60 zipper hit. They start with a Z. These start with a Z. I'm saying the golden era is here and hasn't stopped, and they're expecting high seas to make it even better. I mean, as far as the cost of cards, yes. But I mean, I think that we're definitely seeing more and more good things out of LSS, the team that makes Flesh and Blood. And so because of that, it is very, very much so like hyped up. A lot of things are hyped. A lot of people are getting very excited for the game. We're seeing a huge increase in new players locally, but I'm sure also all around the world. So it is definitely one of those things where it exists. You're able to element OE. But I think it really the downfall of it being the golden era is that you have to afford gold in this economy. You know what I mean? Like currently TCGs are just like getting a whole bunch of awesome stuff and like everybody's going crazy for TCGs, but frankly, like, you know, we almost had that. I mean, the whole issue with like the tariffs recently were a big deal, and then you have just prices on everything going up overall is a lot. And so it does tend to cause a lot of issues when people see that and they go, oh, okay, like, guess this game's too expensive for me, guess I won't play it. But there are ways to play it for cheap. It's just not the way that everybody else is playing, right? You know, it's like, oh, well, I believe Commander is too expensive. And it's like, if you believe Commander's too expensive, Pauper exists. But you can also play Commander with a precon. It just might, you know, might be kind of just okay at that front. Yeah, it's not, I mean, I hope High Seas is at least somewhat accessible. I hope that at least the Armory deck is accessible. But we know it probably won't. We know it'll at least be like available for pre-releases and stuff, which is good, but anything more than that might be a little hard to get your hands on that front. Overloop, Throttle, 0 to 60, zipper hit, locked and loaded. Paper driver, this and this. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's going to be pretty big, especially if we find out, like, I think that's the other thing that I'm almost too worried about, is that with these Armory decks, there tend to be better equipment pieces for that hero than what they can put inside the main set, which means that you're going to want to buy the Armory deck for Gravy Bones on top of also getting the cards from the main set immediately. The weapon might be better for the hero. The you know, the fucking whole bunch of other shit, like it's rough. So sure to find an LGS that would let me pre-order Gravy Bones Armory deck. Yeah, it's hard pressed. Hard pressed. Still too small, unfortunately, of a player base to really support that many different play groups formats as Magic can could. Yeah, it's still small, but it definitely is growing. We at least are seeing growth, and so eventually at some point that will hit it, right? Casual deck and Fab, you can build it very cheap, even if you want a competitive deck. Yeah, there are ways for you to build a hero without needing all of these like generics and other bullshit. But that is all kind of like retrospective as to what you can do. Here I am in my sorting process, getting all this taken care of here. I don't know that Gravy Bones is going to be... I don't think it's going to be that hard to get, I'm going to be honest. I feel like a lot of people, at least from what I'd heard, obviously it's a grapevine situation kind of deal, but like stores have been able to get the allocation of Gravy Bones Armory deck just fine. It's the main set that is hard for them to get a lot of. So... but I don't know, though. I mean... It could be, obviously it's going to be different everywhere because like, I know like a lot of stores tend to be like, oh, like I can't get any of the new player product like the Armory decks because like I wasn't able to be allocated for any, but like some of those stores are also people who have like, you know, they're not paying anything on time, or they're skipping sets, or they're just like not actively trying to grow their community. And because of that, it just like you don't get anything from that. And so, but a lot of people are just like, oh, well, I wasn't allocated. It's just like, have you been doing anything to grow the community in your local area? Like, have you sold other Armory decks? Like, what's the plan there? So, $40, exactly. Of course you were, DM, because that's what you're supposed to do. Everybody's freaking out in like, I've seen people freak out because I'm just like, you know, people are like, oh, you fucking, I'm gonna have to buy an Armory deck for $75 online through TCG Player because apparently like allocation is shit and nobody's gonna be able to get Armory decks. But like, there's been nothing to prove that outside of the fact there's an allocation issue with the main set. And so people are online buying these Armory decks for freaking like $75, and then they're gonna lose out on money when their store gets them, and then it's gonna be like, okay, you know, got it. Like, okay, yeah, we sell it for $40 at locally. So there he is. I'm worried about availability when it comes to actually having cards to play. Wow. Well, I mean, like, I think at least in that situation, like, if you're a Pokemon refugee, like, you're at least paying far more for cards than you were in Pokemon. I think that's probably like the biggest shell shock to somebody coming from Pokemon to Flesh and Blood, is like, that's the shell shock, is like, yeah, like competitive decks are not $100. They're 10 times, or yes, they're 10 times that. But that's also something that I feel like LSS needs to work on, right? Maybe more aggressive reprints, but not like an overprinting of them. You know, enough to where the market can go, okay, like we can sell CNC for $50, right? So, yes, yeah, it'll be next Friday. So literally pre-release. During your pre-release on Friday, you should be able to pick up Gravy Bones at your local game store. Oh, everybody, we have a problem. I have more stacks of card back here than I didn't. Sort. All right. I was like, this mechanologist not having a whole lot of stuff here just didn't make any sense to me, so. Absolutely. I mean, absolutely, it is an unfair thing to compare them like that. But, I mean, there are people who do play one thing competitively and then proceed to not like that game, move to a different game competitively, and go, oh shit, like, what? Like, that's expensive. Like, $1,000 for a deck compared to if you've been competitively playing Pokemon for, you know, years, and now you're just like, oh, shit, I have to pay $1,000 just to like play hyper competitively. It's a lot. So I'm certainly not one to be like, oh, like, yeah, you're just a fucking idiot. You just don't know. You just don't understand. You don't understand the concept because, like, you know, Pokemon's the problem here because they overprint their shit, and that's why it's $100 for a deck, which is, like, to be very fair, the truth. But, you know, at the end of the day, Pokemon is, again, like, as you mentioned there, Shy, it's like the #1 IP in the world. So hard pressed to be like, yeah, like, it just doesn't do exactly the same as the best IP that you can get into for no cost at all. But all right, it's almost 2 o'clock. There's no way, right? Shit. I'm gonna refresh this page at 2 o'clock. You guys, also for the record, nobody try to lie to me on this stream. If it's actually out, tell me. But don't play a prank on me. I'm just a little guy. Can't handle all that. That BS going with Pokemon, yeah. Yeah, I know it's like kind of like solitaire-esque, right? Like you're kind of just like playing your own game and then just like, okay, like you don't have interaction, you die, bye. Like, we'll see you later. Just literally just refreshing as you see it. I can't believe I fucking did this. Good. Oh no. Oh no. Hello, child. It's me, your television. I'm speaking to you through the void. Hello, child. Welcome. Your father has some choice words for you. Pokemon was fun when there were more decisions, but that ship sailed back in the black and white area. It almost came back in the Sumo area, yeah. Or Sumo, Sun Moon. I see. You're in a server, okay. Okay, no worries. Don't worry. We'll be here. We'll be here. We will be here. We're just gonna be vibing, talking more about things. But I was just, fun fact, like, I mean, I was just at a TCG convention yesterday. Just like a card show, right? I was at a TCG convention yesterday, and let me tell you, I've never seen, it's just been Pokemon. Like, there was some Magic, but like it was mostly Pokemon. And the things I was seeing, the prices that some of these cards were going for, and I'm just like, you know what's funny? Is that, like, it's all just like made up numbers, you know? Like, it could go for this, it could go for that the next day. Like, it can get a reprint 10 years down the road and then be like, oh, okay, like, guess this set's gonna get changed again. But the competitive scene is never affected, usually, ever, is from what I can tell. It's only the collectors who play Pokemon who are just like, all right, cool, like, yeah, I'm gonna get a whole bunch of these Charizard cards. I'm gonna get them for cheap, and then I'm gonna flip them because more people are going to get into Pokemon because it's the #1 IP. They're gonna go, Charizard's a very popular Pokemon for whatever reason. And then people are gonna want to buy Charizard. So as long as I have Charizards in my inventory, I will make money, and that's just how, like, the business is end of that, which is just weird to me. So I don't know. But if you like Pokemon and you like playing it and that's your thing, then by all means, don't let me be the one to tell you that you should do anything different. That embrace what you like, and if you ever need to make a change in your life that allows you to have to play something different, then there will be other things available for you to play. Just what it is. Okay. Throttle. 0 to 60, 0 to 60, 0 to 60, zipper hit. I know I'm doing this like not in the order where it should be, but technically what I'm doing makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Dissolving shield. Let's go through this here. Dissolving shield, hyperdriver. Locked and loaded, red. Locked and loaded, yellow. Locked and loaded, blue. Optical monocle. Overloop red. Yellow. Blue. Okay. And then we do the throttle, zipper hits, and 0 to 60, so we're good. Throttle. Boop. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Chill. Chill, 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 chill. Okay, cool. So we've got mech stuff all sorted now. All right. What are we humming about? What are we humming and humming about? It's 2 o'clock, still no thing. $2 is fine. Yeah, that's the downside, is you are still gambling, so it is still a thing. Headshots, hamstring shots, bridge rider shots, salvage shots. Searing shot. Victim shot. And then Ridge Rider. Now we're just good here. Yeah, I'm trying to, I don't know, because I don't want to go like whole hog into Gravy Bones, but like I do at least want to get a Dead Thread. So, what's up, Keeks? I use a BCW tray. You're able to find them on Amazon. I'm not entirely sure what they called this specific one, but that's just what I use. And I organize them by set first, and then in the set, it's their class, and then within the class, it's alphabetical. So that's how I do it. So effectively, these are all the Ranger cards. I'm doing them alphabetically from here to here. And then I'm doing them by color, so red, yellow, blue. That's how I get it set up there. You're getting reports New is ending up LL in the announcement? I mean, that'd be crazy. She was at like 900 points, but I don't know how many other pro quests happened over the weekend, right? So I guess I would not know. And the only reason I think like Dead Threads is an immediate pickup, just like, I mean, quite literally a snap pickup, even if I don't end up playing Necromancer, it's a snap pickup strictly because, I think that it's obviously it's a Necromancer specific chess piece. Are they going live with the band? I don't think so. I don't think they are. I can see. That would be something. Yeah, the artwork's so good. I'm so excited I'm going to Nats because I'm gonna be able to actually like do this. Small audience. There you go. Nice. Nice. Well, now I have to check to see. They're definitely not going to go live, right? No, they don't have anything set up. There'd also be no reason for them to do that live. I guess like they've never done it like that, so wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. Good gold pack, yes. You open them and you hope for the best. That's it. You could keep them and then sell them, but I don't know that they're gonna sell for a whole lot. Like, but it's definitely not a bad lottery thing if you're trying to like make some additional money in the down the line. You know, it's the concept of like selling a gold pack from Mistveil and being like, it could contain the Marvel Enigma, or it can contain the Rainbow Foil Enigma. Like, it's all based on whatever the fuck you think. You're overhyping for this yourself for this BNR. Yeah, they said it was going to be a meta shakeup, and I think that's where the issue is. Yo, what's up, Sam? How are you, dude? At least I'm pretty sure that's Sam. I get these trays from Amazon. BCW is the people who make these trays, so you might be able to get them from their main site too. Although I don't know what the hell they cost at their main site. So, but yeah. Let me see here. Definitely opening every gold pack I get. Yeah, me too. Save that. Same. Investing heavy into any of the new heroes? Probably not. No, strictly because the new heroes are Pirate Ranger, and so the more things that a hero is, the more their cards drop if they ever hit LL. So normally it's like if it tends to be pretty inexpensive initially. I know a lot of like the Draconic Warrior stuff for Fang right now, even though Fang is doing really good, the Draconic Warrior stuff is not as much because it is a talent and a class as their cards. But if you already had Warrior stuff, you're in a great spot because Warrior stuff is what's expensive for Fang right now. So keeping it kind of baseline class and then teching into a talent if you really want to play the hero is a different thing. That's just my whole thing there. Yo, Xena, what's up? Oh my goodness, how are you? 4 a.m. Did you wake up for the ban list too? It seems like everybody did. Seems like everybody's up here from the ban list. Crazy as hell. Also, I apologize if I can't get to anybody. Quite literally, my chat is the fastest it's been in a while, so I'm doing my best to keep up with everybody while we're looking here. But yeah, exactly. Yeah, every BNR is a shakeup, but like, you know, maybe that's just like get hyped for it, right? Like do the whole thing. So, no, you haven't slept. Oh my god. Yeah, there you go. How was your armory? Your armory go good today? What were you? What class were you, or what format were you playing today? I know sometimes your formats switch, right? Your LGS does rotating formats. If I am correct, I think so. Gravy's gonna be insanely expensive at first. I just hope it tapers off to a reasonable price. Gravy's gonna be insanely expensive at first, which is why you shouldn't buy any of the Marvels or any of the Majestic allies until they're at a reasonable price, because those allies, notably, not going to be able to be used in any other Necromancer. So keep that in mind. They are only going to be available in a Pirate Necromancer. So it does, you know, investing in those allies is more so for an aesthetics thing as opposed to a, you know, playstyle thing. This is where, like, you saw Tumulti and Dominia and stuff. Their Marvels are worth a lot, but their actual, like, the main allies that you can get in the set are not expensive for those reasons specifically. So, stand for my group chat blowing up to be 95% armies in Singapore are CC, but a number of stores you run. Okay, yeah, I remember seeing. I know you were running. Anytime I see like a post from you, I know it tends to be something along the lines of like, maybe it's Project Blue or maybe it's Commoner, but I guess those might be just more local things than actual armories. Barely got any non-pirate Necromancer cards. Yeah, there's probably due to be one. I think there's one more Necromancer like specific card. That card is also something. Like I said, like the things you want to get in this set, if you are looking to play Necromancer for the rest of your life playing Flesh and Blood, if you need to focus on getting anything at all from this set first, it needs to be the legendary chess piece and whatever the hell number 81 is in the set. Because those are both just Necromancer specific cards, and those are going to be something that's going to be able to be used in Necromancer forever, unless they get banned. So it is important to keep that in mind. Played 5, 03, oh yeah. Nice. No, a lot of new players, that's good. Competitive MTG grinders have been looking to try Fab. Yeah, I think that, I mean, that ends up being the case. We get a lot of people who, like, have been big into the competitive scene for Fab, or for MTG, just, like, drop the game and then go from there, so. But. Let's see. IC has made me the most interested in what a pure pirate hero would be. Yeah, and see, and that's the other thing too, right? Not to mention just Necromancer alone. The pirate stuff is also something you should look into, because just the pirate stuff is going to be important whenever they make like a, you know, Draconic pirate or a light pirate or something of the sort. You're going to have those pirate cards, which are going to be base to the class. So, but yeah. An Amulet Titan MTG. That's something I wish I had. I wish I had more information as to being like, well, this is like playing this in competitive MTG, and then people being like, oh, I get it, and then like you're set up for that. So I don't have that knowledge because I never played competitive MTG, so I don't know. Oh, trust me, there are 8,000 different ways I think a Draconic pirate would be the coolest thing ever, but do I think it's going to happen? Probably not. Probably not. I don't think thematically that makes sense, but, you know, you could probably get away with it sometime, so just trust that they make something like this. There's no way they'd ever tell you otherwise. Searing shots, more Sikkim shots. I have so many Sikkim shots. Nobody plays this card. Why does nobody play this card? Right? A 1-for-4 with Go Again? That blocks 3? The hell? Somebody play that card. Somebody make that card really, really good. I can start pawning off these things. Put them in decks. Ridge Rider shot. Wow, that thing is messed up. Fab decks? Yeah, that's nice. Did you post counter events because the events I have time to... I see, okay. Does it cost 1? No, you're fine. Just trench it or load or whatever the hell. Play more blues, right? That's what it is. Play more blues. Okay, I think this is it for this. So let's... I just need to make sure this is all Sikkim shots, right? I didn't like black out in the middle of organizing this. No, that's all Sikkim shots. Okay, well, all right. Experimenting with Project Blue and some of my friends. Yeah, dude, Project Blue is so cool. I'm happy. Hopefully, are you guys enjoying the project? This is something I never even think about doing when I'm live. Do you guys enjoy the Project Blue videos I'm coming out with? Is there anything that you changed? Do you like just like seeing more stuff on these fringe formats? Like, how do y'all feel about that? Because I think a lot of people are getting really, really excited about Project Blue, and I'm happy to like keep doing it. So I just want to make sure that people are like actually enjoying it. So, not that I make my videos specifically for my viewers' enjoyment, but I do want to at least make sure it is something that people are like, oh, that's awesome. Like, convince you on P. Hell yeah, that's what I like to hear. Hell yeah. I'm happy I could get people into PB. Yeah, looks like a lot of fun. So it's a lot of stuff that I'm sure is going to change as the game goes on, just because it's an alpha. But I'm happy to be like a part of some, you know, a community member who wants to see change happen in the format and wants to play around with stuff for it. So I think I'm always, you know, happy to keep playing it if people want to keep watching it. So. More games with the thought process like you do would be cool. Okay. All right. I'm down to do that. I can certainly do that. I can certainly do that. It clashed more than Project Blue, but if LSS officially supports it and puts effort to grow in the Switch. Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. Ours, they didn't ban barraging beatdown. I still feel like you're able to do quite a lot with Reinhardt in Project Blue with no defense reactions and still barraging beatdowns. Like, you can still barraging beatdown pack hunt, and you're coming in for 14 damage, and they can only block with one card. Like, unless they have a defense reaction in Arsenal that they happen to be playing, like, I think you can still make it happen, but it definitely is, you know, it's not Show No Mercy or, you know, Alpha Rampage, you know? So. And I can run the story of affordable event. Yeah. Yeah, I like our commoner or our really just like our casual nights just because, like, there's no event entry unless, like, we want to do some kind of prizing, but, like, pretty much everybody just comes in, hangs out, plays a format they normally don't. Tries out heroes they've normally not played, or like tries different play styles, and I think it's a really fun thing to do. So, huge draw for new players and experienced vets also often also play there to help out new players. Find an excuse to max rate. Yeah, yep. Max rarity a commoner deck is crazy work. I think that is really, it's so cool because it's like, unless you're getting like Arcane Rising or WTR, like cold foils, like you can bling out a deck pretty well. So, okay, I want to play the odd. Met Eugene CMIPQ a couple weeks. Oh, Eugene is so cool, and yeah, Reinhardt's definitely. I'm telling y'all, I built Reinhardt. I think Reinhardt's really good. He's a really, really good deck. I think he's got a lot going on for him, especially with Intimidate and only being 20 health in the format. So, especially if you're going against a wizard, holy shit, dude, they're dead, dude. They're dead. What's up, Harm? How are you, dude? Is able to convert your KO Clash deck to Project Blue? Like, yeah, exactly. It literally is just like a quick change. Especially since KO doesn't run any specializations outside of like their helmet, but their helmets are rare, so you can run it. That's the perk. That's the perk of it all. Yeah. Evasive Leap is legal in PP, but you know what else is legal is Springboard Somersault, a card that most people forget about until they are only offered that option. It's a 0-for-4 defense reaction, and only from Arsenal, so... Well, good. I'm happy to hear. Yeah, because I think that's the other thing, too. It's like, it's not so much about, like, the cost of your deck. You're still able to, like, come in, you get some packs, play around for a little bit, and, like, your actual deck costs you, like, nothing, so you can spend more money on packs. Turns out, you're able to afford more in Flesh and Blood when you're not trying to, like, meta chase and change up all these things to your deck. You can just be like, oh, cool, yeah, I'll just come in and play in commoner events and use my $10 deck, and then as I continue to grow my collection, I'll be able to play a CC version of that deck, maybe, and take it from there. So, the best. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the DVR and the DVR one. I think it's still a 0-for-3, right? Dodge? Isn't that Dodge? I can't remember. Yeah. I mean, dude. Freaking Unmovable is such a gas D-react in that format too. Also, hi Nathan, how are you? Hopefully you're doing well. I saw your post that you lost some. Your computer died on you for a little bit. Yeah, Somersault in the Fang deck. Yeah, it's pretty good. That's gas. It's a yellow, so it pays for things if you needed them. It's a good defense reaction. Like, it's really good. I think, Sam, unfortunately, there's not really a whole lot of people putting him in their stores just because, like, most stores are already filled with Magic the Gathering bulk, which is why I'm happy to be the person to take in people's bulk and then organize it like I'm doing right now So that way, if people do need bulk and I see them, right, and or they have a way to get to me, because I'm not going to mail this. So if they have a way to get to me, I will then go ahead and just give them this bulk, because there's, I mean, you know, I have mine for my collection so that I can play with the cards, but I'm not like, oh my god, like, I need to keep every copy of Searing Shot, you know? So... that's kind of a fun little thing. If you crash, think you're gone for thinking off. Damn, that sucks. How does that just happen? You just like wakes up and like, well, okay, we're not gonna work today, and we're dead. Fucking technology, dude. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna play Dawnblade Dory, and then I remember Unmovable. Unmovable is a card, and if you are not, I definitely think Unmovable is like a staple. That is like the D-React in this format is Unmovable, just because like you got to be prepared for the go tall stuff. Like, I'd even still run Unmovable into Axe Story if she was running axes, just because of the sheer fact of, like, if I'm wrong, I'm fucked. Fucked. Luckily, it's like a casual thing, so it doesn't matter, right? Like, normally most people will present their weapons before they actually, like, finish sideboarding, so it's not, like, sweaty or anything, but if it were to be, that is something to keep in mind. New players, that they can borrow cards or full deck from me if they want to test the waters. Absolutely. I think it's a good thing to do, Xena. I think it's important to be like, oh yeah, I'm just a couple of cards off from having like full power, but like, I know they're just like $100 a piece, so I don't have them. And I'm like, do you need them? Because you know, if I'm not running them in my main deck that I'm playing at the Armory, I can just be like, sure, like, try out these 3 copies of CNC and see if it's something that you'd enjoy. But as long as they remember to give them back, that's all that matters to me. As long as they remember to give them back. I do miss specs and PB. I totally get what they're doing in this town. Yeah, I mean, I think the specs are cool and they're thematic, but I do think that like the core of what makes the identity for the hero is also strictly based in the rares. And so because of that, that's where I'm just like, if we're just, you know, if a hero doesn't get their special move, it's not the end of the world for me. Would I prefer them to have something else in addition? Sure. But it's not like the end of the world. So. Statement of deck building new heroes and new sets seems absolutely. Yeah, just like the rares in general are going to be, it's going to be wild just to see like what the rares do for these new heroes. And even what they do to like existing heroes, right? Like what some of these arrows are going to be doing for, you know, Azalea. What are some of these new mechanologist ships going to be doing for you know, Dash.io or whatever? Like, it's very interesting. So, yeah, I already get the spec in PB. So does Icelander, Dromai, and Phi. They all get specs too, but like, I guess like more specifically the Majestic specs. Y'all know what I mean. Y'all know what I mean when I say that. Is this already in order? Sweet. Cool. That's right. Levi and Chain also get our specs. That's correct. That is correct. You get our specs. Yeah, freaking what is Chains called? Soul Reaping? Sure, Soul Reaping. Soul Reaping's good. Soul Reaping's pretty good, gotta say. Oh yeah, Bolton gets, sorry, be the Vanguard is a rare. What's Prism? Prism specialization. Oh, in Herald of prisms? Yeah, it's like it's a herald that like flips over a card, right? Okay, it's almost 2:30. Do you think they've gotten the ban list out yet? Fuck. I'm so mad. Oh. This is so annoying. RSB, probably up here. Runes. Read the runes. Amplify the Arknights. Drawn to the Dark Dimension. Rune Flash. All rune flashes. Okay. Let's move these up. Sure, it'll look like this. We don't know what time it releases, Riku. We are simply just enjoying the company of our fellow compatriots in flesh and blood. Sorting some... You guys are watching me sort some cards. I don't know if you all are sorting cards at home as well while you're hanging out with me, but we are just kind of vibing. So, but yeah, happy to have you here. But yeah, we're just kind of vibing and hanging out. We're chit-chatting what we think is gonna get banned. We think we're shooting the shit about Project Blue right now. But yeah, I'm just happy to have like a format that I can continuously just like, also along with Clash, I'm just happy like I have a format that I can go, hey, y'all interested in this? And then like people be like, yeah, it actually sounds kind of fun. And then they come in and they play it and they're like, whoa, wait, that's actually kind of fun. That's what I'm saying. Used to rune chant. Hey, bad, let me tell you. I see. Sorting Majestics, nice. I've got a few Majestics coming in the mail. This, for the record, again, I want to just let everybody know, quite literally, if you're not picking up Majestics under $1 right now, go do that shit, because that's so good. I think my hot take ban that I think is going to occur, genuinely, I think if you guys want my hot take ban, the one card that I think is going to get banned in this format, in Classic Constructed specifically, is going to be Bonds of Agony. I think Bonds of Agony is going to get banned. I think there are other cards that can also work, but yeah, what happened to my camera? Camera! Work, please. Thank you. Piece of shit. Yeah. I think 3 of a kind might get banned. I think Bonds of Agony gets banned just because, not because Bonds of Agony is overpowered, but I think what it does is it quite literally just tells, it's hard to know when that card is a block or a not block. And I understand like the concept of assassin, but it is something that is just like, you know, you kind of feels bad if you guess wrong. And I don't know whether or not that's something they're going to be like, oh, that might be bad for play. Like, probably best to just kind of avoid that. So, you think Tri-Shot's going to get banned, Riku? That could be. Could be. 64 fab cards. Yeah. I'm just going through the chat here. No, Ball Lightning will not get unbanned. Ball Lightning will not get unbanned. There's just no way. Acilio would be top deck if Ball Lightning gets banned. And that is saying something. Like, they already fucked up with Aurora. I don't know that they're going to fuck up again with that. Ban Siren's Call? I don't know that Siren's Call gets banned either. With New being so close to LL, I don't know that it actually matters, but could be. What the hell else? Notably, I think that, and I genuinely hope, I both hope and don't hope that Reality Refractor gets banned in Commoner. Because that card is insane. Enigma is best deck in format by far, and I'm curious whether or not they're actually going to do anything to the Commoner format. If they don't do anything to the Commoner format, we're going to go win a gold foil at Nats. But if if they do ban Reality Refractor, I think it'll just be back to Ira for being the best deck. So we'll see. Unless they ban Kodachi, which would be kind of crazy too. Somersault, but it would make me... I think Somersault ban now makes no sense. They should have banned Somersault when Aurora was around. But them banning it now is kind of like a... Oh, well... I guess Cecilio gets to suck more now, so... Oath of the Arknights. Perfect. Yeah, it'd kill Cecilio for nothing, and there'd be no reason to do it. That's just in a complete feels bad. Yeah, Traverse ban would be interesting, but again, like, it doesn't do anything. That's a preemptive ban, more so than anything. Just because New doesn't run it. So, like, why would you ban it now? Like, the two other heroes that used it are now LL'd because they had access to it. Now they're just like, nah, well, get rid of it, I guess. So, I don't know. A lot of different ways that they can go about doing stuff. You hate a Traverse ban? I mean, I don't see, like, to do a preemptive ban like that, just to be like, by the way, like, we do think this card is aggressive. We should have banned it, you know, when it came out with two defense power instead of one. We should have banned it. But at the end of the day, I'd rather see it banned, even though it makes no sense now, than to ever see it happen again in another hero and them just take full advantage of the fact that it's like, you know, a free blue in your hand, which is really good. It would mean more Mystic Heroes coming soon. Well, yeah. I mean, it would assume that new Mystic Heroes were coming then, just because. This is a wizard card. You're not Runeblade. I almost call them Spellblades. Let's see. Honestly, I think Traverse Ban makes sense now. Yeah. I mean, yeah, banning it... I mean, that's the thing, right? Banning it now doesn't hurt anybody, which is fine. Yeah, unlike the banning of Somersault. Right? If they ban Somersault now, it's going to hurt Cilio. But it doesn't hurt New that Traverse gets banned. Because you're not playing it. Most people aren't playing it. I should say. Most people are not playing it. Some people might be. Most are not. Until New goes. Yeah, but like, why? Just to be like, oh, well, like, she can still utilize it if she wants to. Sorry, these were all good. Amp. Drawn. Rune Flash. Spellblade Strike. Blood Spill Incantation. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a world in which that happens, right? But we'll see. See, still nothing. This is insane. I wish they gave us like a time frame or something, like anything. Anything would be wonderful. Anything would be wonderful. It's like, I'm not going to skip my LGS for tonight just so I can stay live and freaking look at the ban list, but I would like to at least know before I leave. Not that it's going to go... It's probably not even a ban list that's going to go into effect like today. It'll probably go into effect like next week. So, it's not like it's going to affect your card game playing tonight. All right, let's see. Yeah. I saw a lot of people who are just like, sure, I'm bringing 4 decks to my LGS because You know, in case they ban a card in there, I don't have to worry about having it in my deck at the time. And I'm like, I don't know that they're going to do that, because they would have done like an emergency ban like long ago if that were the case. So I am New Zealand, so they'd be in office. True. I just like, I wish I always knew, because like sometimes it's New Zealand time that we get announcements, and sometimes it's the US time. And so it's like, it's currently the 20th in New Zealand, but they said the ban list was on the 19th. But sometimes like the Living Legend stuff happens on a Monday, but it's a Monday, like it's usually New Zealand Monday as opposed to that. So, but push half an hour. You push out half an hour more. You got this. I believe in you. You're already up. Go get yourself some coffee. Oh, you know, I just thought about this. The coffee in Singapore's got to be killer. Yeah, is it good? Have you had coffee in Singapore? Do you drink coffee? One of these days, I'll end up making it overseas. God, that would be so sick. That'd be so sick, you guys. It'd be so sick. I look forward to the day that I get to go overseas to hang out with y'all. I'm just excited. Is anybody coming to Nats? Anybody coming to Nats that I may see there? I know a few of you are. Yeah. Black coffee, less sugar, brewed insanely thick and strong. Ah, so good. Ain't going to Nats? Damn. Regardless, it's gonna be a fun time. I plan on going to Worlds too. Theoretically, like as long as everything works out in my favor, I should be good to go to Worlds. But can't guarantee, unfortunately. So, but we're getting people together to look for rooms and stuff. So if the rooms come out good and the price is right, and I don't die in Philadelphia, I'll be at Worlds. Knocks them over with how strong it's brewed. Oh, absolutely. I think we tend to have not a lot of like other countries, at least personally, they do coffee stronger and thicker because they put more attention to like the creation of it. Whereas the US, people will drink even the shittiest amount of coffee if it's just considered coffee. And it's just because like people believe that we've essentially placeboed ourselves into being like, you need this in order for you to start your day, otherwise you are not an American individual. And it's kind of rough for the overall like, you know, market, because that means that you're not getting like super quality coffee in most places, because you have things like Starbucks and things like that, and they tend to like have burnt coffee, or the coffee is just like not very great in general. So that's what it is. But yeah, much better. If I go to a coffee shop and they're at least like, yeah, we French press our coffee, I'll be like, hell yeah, that's rad. I'll take 12. But speaking of, I think I am running low on my energy reserves right now. I think I need to go get a drink. I'm not gonna get a coffee though, because I have an Alani in the fridge. So I'm probably going to just go drink that with y'all. So maybe take some time to go get yourself a beverage. I'm not going to be gone long, but go get yourself a beverage. Go get you a bevy. I'm going to finish up the Runeblade stuff, then I'm going to go get that coffee just black easy. You know, John, you always struck me as a coffee black person. Just straight up, just right out the pot right after it's been made. Like, that's how you like it. I can't do that shit. The last time The last time I had coffee, I shouldn't even say coffee because it really was not. It was espresso, not coffee. I've been to Cuba before when they like opened that small window when you can go to Cuba. I think it was in like 2019, 2018, can't remember. But like, it is crazy. And I went to Cuba and I got a cup of coffee. The cup of coffee was, and I kid you not, this big. It was like this, within like this small square, a small tiny little cup of coffee. And it was just a shot of espresso. And I kid you not, it is burned into my entire like DNA with how strong that shit was. And now I can like lightly handle more bitter things because I've had Cuban espresso. It just knocks you on your shit. Crazy. So used to do cream and sugar. My stockpile lasted about 3 weeks in the first. But yeah, that's right. You were telling me about this. That's right. I remember. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Xena, if you can afford one, buy one. Don't buy 3. That's crazy. Yeah, I was like, they're expensive. They're expensive. There's no way. Yeah, Cuban espresso was life-changing to me. So it is crazy. It literally changed my entire being. I'm pretty sure that's when like my entire existence just like flipped on its head. Just like, you've had Cuban espresso now. Here's some hair on your chest. Like, here's, you know, you found purpose in life. It's just like changed me as an individual. Fucking crazy as hell. Do I use Fabry's collection feature? No, actually, I don't. I use Findall's collection. It's essentially just like a card database like collector thing. I like it a lot just because it shows you like the price points of everything and what your collection is priced at the time and how it's changed and fluctuated. So I quite enjoy it, and it's free to use. But there is a subscription model that I do have a code for. You can use like what would be the premium version of the product when you sign up. You'll get a free month with that code, and then if you wish to continue using it, I think it's like $2 a month or some shit. Like, one place made amazing Turkish coffee. Turkey. Now, see, we had like a Turkish festival happen out here in Colorado recently, and if that's how they make coffee in Turkey, I don't fucking want it because it's got like the grounds in it and shit, and that's rough for me. I think that's where I cut it. If I see grounds in my coffee, I don't know why, but my mind immediately takes a look at that and goes, "There's bugs in that bitch. I'm not drinking bugs." And so it's just like, don't do it. But yeah, Xena, yeah, the Finals collection's super great. I like it a lot. I think it's a wonderful, wonderful site. So if anybody's looking to support that and you want like a free month, my code to get a free month of the premium subscription is ASHTCG, all one word. So ASHTCG, all one word. If you put that in as like a promo code thing, you'll get a free month of subscription, and then a cut of that goes back to me. So I always appreciate that if that's something that you wish to do. So let's see. Craziest flex I ever received was getting my throttle blocked out by fabled CNC. Oof, crazy. That one since it marks it. That's right. You do like that one there. Yeah. You'll eat the grounds? No, dude, that's gross. That's nasty. I will not eat the grounds. The grounds are far too... That's too much for me. It's too much for my blood. Can't be doing all that. Prepping my deck to flex for UPF running Therian. Ooh. Yeah, UPF is just something... UPF is still like, you know, not to use the name of a hero, but it's an enigma to me. Like, I do not know, like, what is the best thing to do about UPF, just because, like, everything is unbanned, and it's just, like... really, really weird. It's a really, really weird format to like commit a deck to effectively. So I don't build for it, but hey, you can play Kraken's Aethervein Invertance in that format, so you're trying to get crazy with it. Okay, I am all done with that there. Ooh. I'll hit you up, John, about that thing that you DM me about. Okay, I'm gonna go to drink really quick. Then we can get into the wizard stuff. All right, so real quick, let's do a quick check. I'm gonna refresh this page. Still no ban list, so I'm just gonna go fucking kill myself. Something. God damn. How long are you gonna make a man wait? Don't they know? Don't they know I've got so many fucking things that I've got to do? Yeah, that's what ours, I swear to God. Could you imagine? Could they be like, oh, no, we were actually just joking. We weren't going to push up a ban list. Nats is right. I think genuinely, actually, before I go get this drink, genuinely something that is upsetting to me is that they're choosing to do this before Nats. Quite literally. Because I think it doesn't make any fucking sense. I think they should wait until after Nats to do a ban list. That's my take, but that's just what it is. God. Oh god, please don't fall. Please don't fall, giant stack of cards that I meticulously sorted. Don't fall. It is Ash TCG, Cena. Let me get the thing. Oh, Ash TCG. That's the one. So you put that in for the promo thing, you get to utilize it. That's my code for it. Let me go to drink real quick. I'll be right back. Right back, mind you. So hang tight. All right, our victim for the day today is none other than Alani. This is a cherry twist. I've been like really fucking big on these energy drinks. They're 200 milligrams of caffeine, and sometimes your boy just needs that shit. So, find certain apps, but they waited for this. For after, is there not a risk Florian also goes? No, I don't think he's got enough points. I could be wrong though. Thanks, Simple. Thanks for popping on by. Take care. Enjoy doing your errands. We'll chit chat later. But yeah, let's see. It's a fun time. Okay. Moving now into the wizard stuff. Index, Aether Flares, Index, Reverberates, Scalding Rain, Zap, Voltic Bolt. Is that what we're looking like for this? Is that all we're gonna have? Have the ban list. All generics are 1 per deck. All ARC and WTR legendaries change to Blade Break if they have battle. Jesus Christ. That would be wild. That would be a wild, wild time, I've got to say. I've got to say. I think there are a lot of people who are assuming that. Again, we had this conversation yesterday for those of you who were here. But effectively, that was something that we talked about, was just like, what if they ban a lot of these, like, generics, right? Like, what if they do ban, like, Tunic, right? What kind of upset would there be? But, I don't know. Right now, our local Colorado Discord is just having, like, a big discussion on fatigue versus aggro, and you know who likes what and how. Yeah, it's hard to ban something when it's expensive. And again, like, I mean, I bring up what happened in Magic, right? I mean, they banned really expensive cards in Magic in their most popular format, not because they were like, haha, we want people to fucking like lose out on their money. But instead, they did it because it was for the better health of the format. And so, you know, obviously that was met with death threats and a bunch of other bullshit, and so like that was really fucked up, but it is something that did, at least from what I can tell, actually help the format be a little bit more concise about what it's to do, and to not, you know, change the overall gameplay of it. But I don't know if that's going to translate very well over here, because, again, we play a very eternal game. And a lot of people just kind of assume their cards are going to stay there forever. But, you know, it feels bad, but I think at the end of the day, a lot of people have to realize something that I tell people all the time if they're going to get into a TCG at all, is you have to realize that while this card currently has a dollar value, its dollar value changes and fluctuates and very well could be zero at one point. So you need to have that mindset of knowing that this thing can happen at any point within your time playing the game, and still be okay with that. Like, you know, some cards may stay somewhere around $50+. Some cards may drop down to $10. Some cards may drop to, you know, from $10 to 50 cents. It's all relative as to what's happening in the format at the time, but it's not you know, it's not a foreign concept, right? This has happened in TCGs all over the world. So it's, I don't know. It's just, it is a feels bad though, especially since, like, you know, it'd be one thing if they were like, oh hey, we're gonna put a card in a set, but then we're gonna ban it, and it's a Majestic that people pre-ordered for however much or whatever. It's nice that these are vegan too. Weird thing I don't think about when I'm drinking things like Monster. Also, I've not seen my phone. What's happening? We're blowing up. Discord is just blowing up. Yeah, I do think that, like, under $1,000, probably a pretty good starting point. But if it's anything over 1,000, it's kind of rough, like, from that standpoint. So just because, like, most people don't want to spend that for one hero. Damn it, there's another fucking card. Absorbing Ace. Yes. Exactly. Like, I'm not worried about what's going into my body. I definitely don't care, but, like, again, like, it is just not, it's not something I think about. It's like, oh, is my drink vegan? I don't really care. It's nice that Alani is vegan. Like, theoretically, if I were to choose drinking a vegan drink over a non-vegan drink for energy, sure, I don't give a shit, but not going to change my output anytime soon, so that was compared to other stuff. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is a lot, right? It's a lot. But I also know that, like, again, it's a lot because the cards have value, because people are enjoying the game. They're really, to be honest, they're really just this expensive because more and more people are getting into the game. So, yeah, exactly. One piece on the side and deck's even fully tuned around half of it. Yeah. And like, but that's the other thing is that like people will do that. They'll compare one game to another, and then that's where they'll base it off of, right? Like if I took every single like expensive beverage and I compared it to Arizona iced tea, yes, everything is going to be considered expensive at that point because it is cost more than Arizona iced tea. But there's a payoff because like it's weird because I use the term investing, but like it's investing in a different form. Because in most people you'd think, oh cool, okay, I'm investing in these cards because they're expensive, they're never going to change prices, these are like reserve list-esque kind of stuff, and it's never gonna be in this issue. The difference is that what you're doing instead is you're investing in the actual game itself because you plan to be in it for the long haul and play for as long. So like it makes more sense for you to spend that money because it's going to pay off its dividends effectively over time because you're going to consistently be using that card or cards as you continue to grow with the game. But a lot of people are just like, oh, well, it's just that one-time purchase in my mind to play this hero. And then, you know, people tend to like change heroes after they spend $100, and then they're like, oh, well, I shouldn't have spent that $100. And so they then try to sell that card so they can buy other cards for this other hero they want to play. And it's a vicious cycle that keeps going. But the good news is that that $100 card, you could still sell for $100 within like a week, as opposed to not always being the case with product with other TCGs. So, but exactly right. Yeah, people don't want to go about going through the process of being like, okay, one card a month, right? I'm gonna buy one expensive card for my deck a month, and that's my limit. Instead, they're like, well, if I want to play at my LGS, I need to spend fucking $2,000 right now. All right, it's almost 3 o'clock, Nathan, so help me God. I'm going to refresh this, and Banlist better be up there. Otherwise, I'm going to lose it. Yeah, see? And, like, that's the thing, though. It's like, you're using them, right? So, like, those are the ones that you can use for your decks. But if you're... You know, if you're trying to collect cards, that's why, like, I don't play with things like Marvels or Cold Foils, really, is because, like, I don't want them to get into a poor condition because those are the collectibles of the game. But Rainbow Foils and non-foils, like, those can be played because they're, you know, that's, like, bling for your deck. But I'm not going to play with a bunch of Marvels and stuff because I want those cards to retain value over time because they're the rarer versions of cards to find. So, start of the Crown of Providence. Yep, there you go. Yeah, exactly. You don't have to sit down and worry and be like, oh God, like they're fucking my family's upset because I spent $500 on cardboard in a week. It's like, no, just buy like a card. Fine. They're not gonna go anywhere. Like, start one card at a time and move up. Right, like a single is only $1. Yeah, you don't need all that. Yeah. Yep. There's plenty of ways. There's plenty of ways to play for an inexpensive, or at least like being a responsible adult and also trying to play a TCG. I feel like that's the difference. Is like you have to know what being a responsible adult is like with the money that you have, and knowing that you can't just blow it all on fucking cards. Still not up. That's it. Nathan, I'm gonna ban you.
I'm banning you. Mods, get his ass. Can't believe you do this to me. Can't believe it. But, you know, and it's always something I've even said in my videos too, because like people are just like, oh, okay, like, you know, you're gonna play, you know, you need 3 copies of CNC, sure, but like play with a copy and your deck is still better than it was previously without the copy, you know? And it's even easier to track because you know you only have 1 copy, so you're not just like, oh, well, like, do I have another one in there? Oh. Got any music last night? All right, sounds good, Xena. Well, you enjoy your sleep. We'll obviously we can chit chat later. So enjoy your sleep. If it drops after you start heading to bed, I'm sure you'll get pinged to hell. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, John. Maybe it's May 19th, 2026 is the ban list, and we're just not going to see any bans from this point forward. Fucking ridiculous. Golly. These are moments in which I was just like, if I just like was in enough at LSS for me to be like, hey, can I just like, just tell me when it is? Like, if I just casually call New Zealand and be like, hey, can you just shoot Brian Gottlieb a text and just be like, do you know when this is dropping, specifically at what time? Because like, I want to make sure that I'm able to go do stuff today. So, but we don't know where it is, Dirter. We don't know. We don't know. We're probably never gonna know at this point. Easing the price of getting the game is make the cheap versions of stuff a bit better. Like making rainbow foils easier to find. OPB is the hit so people shake that the I need most tuned deck ever. One of the teachers from the community didn't really have a large share. Exactly, right. Like you're able to play at a budget for those means. Like it makes them, you're able to play budget. And you can still play Flesh and Blood. I mean, that's like, that's something I think I made an entire video on, about how people say that they cannot play Flesh and Blood because it's expensive, and that's incorrect. They cannot play to their level of competitive, like, mindset because it's too expensive. But they can play Flesh and Blood so long as they have enough cards to make a deck, and that deck is of legal constructed variety. That's it. Like, it does not have to contain, every deck does not need to contain a CNC for it to be a legal deck. So, expensive cards in your deck, or your deck was shit. Now there's so many good options. Yeah. So with so many different budget options like Humble or running Weakest Link. Yeah. Finally caved to buy them. Yeah, combination mates were able to go to Japan, one at CNC's, good price. I'm telling you, it's just like it happens to be like you'll come across them when you come across them, or you'll get them when you get them. It's not a race, right? It's not a race to be like, oh my god, like you need to be like. We have a guy who's been playing just Riptide forever at our locals. Like he's never changed heroes. He's only played Riptide, and like he does not have the money to change from any other hero, and he just played Riptide, and like, you know, he'd come in, he'd get a pack, and then he'd, you know, maybe he got something good and he'd leave. Like, yeah, so, you know, that weekend's gonna be rough for a lot of people, because it's just gonna be like, it's just gonna be chaos. Like the fact that Final Fantasy comes out around the same time, it's just gonna be a mess. You have to own a CSC. I've been playing since Crew. Well, and that's the other thing though too, is like you don't really play CC, right? I mean, you might, if you want to play something else in like Living Legend, you might end up doing it, but I know you're big into like Lexi's, who does not need CNCs, so makes no sense for you to own one theoretically, but not like it's the end of the world if you get one, right? That's to say if they don't ban it today. I don't know that they banned CNC. That might be something that gets hit, but I don't think it will. Just because they just reprinted it in the Hunted, so... Anything before C is banned. That's called a rotation, Jonathan. That's just a rotation. Flesh and Blood Realm Reborn. See, it's funny because like anytime I saw the new like Magic the Gathering stuff or the Final Fantasy stuff, I was just like, wow, those are all characters I love so much and I have so many fond memories of them. And I was just like, but I'm not going to play Magic because I don't... It's the reason why I left is because of this Universes Beyond stuff. And I'm just like, I don't want to do that. So I do not want to have Universes Beyond in the game. And, you know, I'm not alone in saying that. So, yeah. Have a good night, Zena. Take care. You will hear about the bans probably soon, I'd imagine. I wouldn't doubt that they drop at like freaking 6 p.m. or some nonsense. Oh yeah, literally rotating your card 90 degrees. That's crazy. That's insane. Who would have thought? Okay, so we're good on the wizard stuff now. Whoops, wait a minute. Stop. Stop. No, that's right. We did that already. Just kidding. I forgot what step we were on. The organizing. I was like, did I get these in color coded? Did I get them red, yellow, blue, or I missed that step? LL points update is out? Is it really? Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. You know what happens if you lie to me. Oh no, it is out. Holy shit. New? Oh, 976 for Dash? You fucking kidding me? That's crazy. 954 for new. She's still legal. And that's after her Battle Hardened win. Azalea is almost up there. Kano got some points. Florian's only at 702. Florian's gonna be legal for Nats. There's no way. He's gonna be legal. Now this is wild though. New is... He is climbing. That's interesting. Okay. Okay. Well, that was fun. That was a little bit of something to take the fucking edge off. But that was just the Living Legend update, so still waiting on the BNR. Yeah, exactly, right? Just tell the new enjoyer he gets to enjoy her for Nats, and this should be all set right. Yeah, that's it's gonna be a while. I don't think that hero is due to LL until like Savage Land set. Gotta say though, I mean Slippy's not gotten a whole lot of points. 92 points since the start. Like I think it's a nice place to start. Since I'm happy that that went through effectively. That's good. All right, well, we're still waiting then. Still got another hour, roughly. Stuff. Yeah. It'll be close. I mean, she's definitely going to be the next one to LL, without a shadow of a doubt. So, Sunkiss, Whisper of the Oracle, Back Alley Breakline, Shit, fuck, damn it. Of course, it's in like the worst spot. Slippy budget check, yeah. Slippy's in a pretty good spot. I think Slippy's great. Of course, like, unless stuff gets banned, but I think even still, Slippy's in a pretty good spot. I like the hero. I like how they play. I think it's very fun. Yeah. Yeah, he's just a promo hero, so... Ravenous Rabble. Rifting. Vigor Rush. Fate Foreseen. That would go right here. Yeah. It is a good feeling. Fights definitely help without that need for the what do you call it? Flick knives. The fights. AT. R. Foresight is here. Foresight, lead the charge. Back alley break line. Avers contraband. Servant, Moonwish. There's cards I'm missing. I feel like there's cards I'm missing, but I know they're not. Oh, damn it! Well, we know they're obviously at work if they're updating the freaking LL system right now, so... We know somebody is there at the office. Charge, Sunkiss, Whisper of the Oracle. Yep. Yeah, we saw the LL update drop, so we are aware there. We know somebody's in the office. Whether or not they drop the BNR right now is completely different, though. Oop, there's another enchanting melody. Enchanting melody. Smash Palace is going to be lots of fun. I don't know. I feel like, personally, it's not really my thing, because, of course, again, I don't really like the 4-player stuff, but, we don't have, like, I don't like it being like okay, like, just buy more product, you get a different experience kind of deal. We already have the URL for the page. Do we? Where? What? Just the, like, the next ban list, effectively? Eat life. Might not be able to actually post it in the chat here, by the way, Leak. So if you do happen to have it, unfortunately, we would be unable to post it here in the chat, but... Okay, all these back alley break lines. Good to go. Yeah, Crack Shuffle play is probably going to be a fun time, but, like, I think I'd rather keep it at that, because, like, I think the concept of having to buy, like, a whole, like, set of things just to play Crack Shuffle and play, kind of, like, UPF Crack Shuffle and play doesn't really, like, make a lot of sense to me, but I do think the playmats are really nice. I think having, like, a fold-out playmat for you and another individual is going to be, like, really cool, so I like that a lot. Plunder Run. Yeah. Plunder Run. Rav Rabble. Oh, these are my generics. These are cards I pull out often. Cards. Rifting. Yeah, Guardian Cube sounds like a lot of fun, so... Yeah, that's the other thing, too. Again, like, from, like, a business perspective, I think it makes more sense when, like, one person buys it, and then they just... nobody else has to ever buy it again. So, like, you're essentially making one purchase for 4 people, and then, like, you're never gonna sell it again. So it's probably still gonna, like, just sit on shelves for the most part there. I hope it doesn't. I hope people sell. I hope actually people go home and, like, play them and shit, but I just don't know. You get a little bit of caffeine in me. I'm in now. I'm locked in, dog. Locked the F in, dog. Foresight. For life. For life. Oh, absolutely. I wish they came out, like, that's why, like, I like Crack Shuffle and Play, like, from the concept of buying a box and then playing Crack Shuffle and Play, because that's more like Jumpstart-esque, but, like, you add in different fighters and all this other stuff, but also, like, you're only playing with Valda if you're just within the main set, so there definitely needs to be a little bit more, like, variety, which I guess, like, that's what Smash Palace is supposed to do in that front, but, the closer they can get to doing Jumpstart, the better it'll be, because Jumpstart is just, like, such a killer way to play any card game. So that was not what that was. That's what this does. Yeah, they're at least putting new heroes within the next one, so, like, it's not just going to be one, which is good. You know, they're at least working on that. But... Alright, another refresh. Nope. Still nothing. Still nothing. Still nothing. Still nothing. Still not a thing in there. Maybe it'll be at 4 o'clock. Currently almost 4 o'clock for me, so... I have to leave for my LGS at 5. So... We're definitely ending the stream earlier than 5. But not too much earlier. I definitely still want to at least get through this. And then keep it organized and junk, so. Fervent, Moonwish. Push the point, Rifting. Vigor Rush. Fix UPF? Yeah, maybe. Could be. I mean, I don't know that it's going to fix UPF, but adding that level of, like, fun and enjoyment with the event deck is going to be good, right? It's not going to harm the format at all, but it's certainly something. So... Yeah, exactly, Cosmic. Yeah, well, I think that's what everybody's saying, is that, like, they were expecting, like, 5 p.m. on the East Coast. But, like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, there's no way they... If they did forget to do it, like... I think LSS would assume that today is the day in which something important is supposed to happen. I would think they are at least scheduled well enough to know when a drop of something is occurring. Just simply because so many people, I mean, if you go on Bluesky or Twitter, freaking everybody who's talking about Flesh and Blood is talking about the ban list right now, so, like, you know, maybe that would be something you'd want to bring up. Yeah, it's like, did you forget something important? No. Like, that would be crazy if they were just like, oh shit, guys, we forgot. Like, we had another meeting come up and like this, like it's not. We're not doing it today. Like we forgot. Like that's not going to be the case. Okay. Bigger rush. Wait for scene. Defect. They said the 19th. They said the 19th is when it was going to come out, not the 20th. They said the 19th. But that's where I was confused because yesterday was the 19th for them, but not the 19th for us. But now it is the 19th for us and the 20th for them. And we still don't know anything. So weird that that's the case, but you know, it is what it is. You know what they say. You know what they say. It is what it is. Yeah, right. Well, I mean, they would have said it. Like they said it over their dev talk that it was to be pushed up. Like specifically, they were pushing it up because they wanted people to be prepped for NAF. So if they did just psych everybody out, I think that's, again, poor PR. But at the end of the day, you know, it's whatever. Okay. Push the point. We're almost done with the generics here for Arcane Rising, which is pretty good. Time they usually post dev talks. I don't know that dev talks are normally supposed to go out during a certain time. I know dev talks are just like whenever they happen to get around to it. But at least from this point, I think that we'd at least see something, right? It's like people are about to head to their armories and do this whole stuff like around the world. So so many of these cards. What the hell? Yep, that's not gonna fit. Okay, cool. Whispers, Rabble, Rifting. That's it. Then we'll go from the back alley then. Again, we're going to refresh one more time. Still nothing. Take a drink. I'm going to go check Bluesky real quick. Oh, man. That is going to be crazy. I love how everybody's just like clocked the entirety of like when LSS is going to be in office, like when these things are going to be happening. It's like, God, it's crazy to see. Interesting. Okay. And we don't have anything yet. I'm going to check the Flesh and Blood YouTube channel. See if anything has popped up. There's nothing set for a live stream. There's no dev talk. You don't know. I think we just gotta wait. I think we're just gonna wait. We're gonna continue to wait. All right. Let me get these up here. I want to actually do this so I can make room. Oh, this is gonna go over if that happens, huh? Yeah, fuck. Okay. Then we'll just do it like this then, I guess. This to the back. This. Get this over here. All right, almost through. There's gonna be yellow back here. Yep. Yellow, blue, red, yellow, blue. All blues. Cool. You are done. All right. So generic, it's funny. It's a good time PvP. Oh, absolutely. God, dude, that pirate equipment is crazy as hell. Like Blade Break on freaking Blossom Spring, nuts. Like that's pretty good. Gotta say. Then like the pay 3 get go again. So generic, but the fact that it's pirate specific is kind of insane. Yeah. Blade Break on Time Skippers is definitely that is certainly a way to look at it. It's gonna be great for freaking Gravy Bones in Limited. It's gonna be so good. That's gonna be tons of value. Tons of value for that shit. Okay. Fight. Got this in the back. Alright. There, 3 in the back. Here. And 3 leaves the back. I always love seeing the organization come into play here, just because, like, I'm so excited to have this out. Tapping out, hopefully they don't wait too... Yeah. I hope it's at least today, right? I hope it's at least today, and they're not like, oh, like, we need to delay it. I hope it's at least today. Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's good because it's like at least it provides a best of both worlds scenario, right? Unlike the freaking ninja equipment where it's I have battle worn so I can block and also do the effect, where it's crazy. Okay. We are now through this pile. That's good. Let me refresh again. A 330. Still nothing. Okay. We're still crying. Still screaming. We're still crying. We're still screaming. We're still crying. This is good. This is probably in order too. There is. Let's just organize these out. Red Fate for scene. Happy to have these. Nice. Awesome. I appreciate you. I appreciate you doing that. That means a lot. Certainly going to help with me getting the binders together and making sure I'm not trying to hunt out here for a bunch of rainbow foil commons or anything. Because, like, knowing that I have most of it is good, but it's always getting those final little touches out there that suck. We did at least get the LL update so far. So we'll see whether or not the BNR is actually happening today. I mean, I think it is still, but I think they might just be waiting another hour. Maybe they might drop it at like 10 a.m. But the fact it's got so many people on at the edge of their seat, so same amount of high seas. Awesome. I appreciate you. That'll be fantastic. I should hopefully be getting a lot of it when I'm at Nats, but I don't know how much. So I'm not going to hold my breath for that, but also, I don't know if any of you guys saw, but I did post a short today. I'm gonna give it a shot here at making shorts for Flesh and Blood. We're just gonna kind of do like a card of the day scenario. If any of you had seen it, let me know what you think about that. If you feel like it's like a nice, small, educational 1-minute video, or if you'd prefer there not need to be shorts or anything of the sort. So that is my card of the day video. Yeah. Get back home. Nice. Hell yeah. Welcome back. Back. Tianti was OP card. Yeah. Tianti gets the job done, I'll tell you what. Card is insane. I wonder if they release the information with like the metagame minute that comes out. Yep, you have missed nothing. You've missed nothing. So it is still waiting. We did get a Living Legend update though. New and Dash IE are pretty close. They're within 40 points of LLing. And then I think Azalea got over to like 916 or something. So that is a thing. So yeah, I'd imagine with the metagame minute, we'll probably know what the BNR is. Which I think that doesn't drop until like... Usually it drops with the update, but I guess people aren't always like checking the update when they do that, so... Whoa, oh, wait a minute. We weren't out of the woods there. There we go. Got high foils in the mail. Nice. There you go. I picked up a lot of like Majestics recently. That's what I've done. A lot of these like dollar Majestics that I just do not own. I've gotten. I was just like, I'm not gonna wait any longer. Like it's like I think I spent like, I don't know. I spent like maybe $100 and I got maybe, 180, 190 cards. So I'm in a pretty good spot for those at least. So that way I have something for when stuff starts to change in the meta. That way any announcements that occur, I don't have to go, oh, that card's going to go up $17. I can just go, oh, yeah, I've got my playsets. Here they are. 18 Spectral Processions, yeah. That's a good one to spec on. Spec on? Get it? Spectral? Get it? Ha 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 ha. Funny joke? No, just me? Okay, cool. That's fine. Let it run. $6 for 18 of them and free shipping. Wow. That is pretty good. All right. Luckily, we're all very patient people. Everybody's patient. Everybody's happy. All casually waiting for the metagame minute to come out so that we can talk about the B&R. Making viable, it would go to like $2 to $3, and that would be like, exactly, right? I mean, when they're cheap like that, like, it makes sense. Oh, yeah, you know, you spend 25 cents on a card and it goes up to $5, like, you still made value. Like, when you're trading with people, it's still gonna have to be like, yeah, that's, you know, that was a 25-cent card, but now it is a $10 card or a $5 card, so like now it's valued as such. But like, it does not hurt you to buy them that low. I think that's really what it is. People are just like, oh, it's a useless buy because it's never going to be that like a valid card. So like, but like, why wouldn't you still own it? Like, if you know that you can buy it at 25 cents, and even if it stays at 25 cents, it's fine. But but if it goes up, it's never going to go down more. Stay up. Majestic, for God's sakes. Yeah, right. Take a $10 L. Easy. It certainly fucking was at one point. Still blows my mind. Blows my mind that those Outsiders L's were just like dirt cheap. And then all of a sudden it was like I bought my freaking flick knives for like $20. That's insane. $20 for an L. Rifting. Okay, well, we're almost through the generics, which is good. We'll just have to go through the tokens and equipment next, so. Luckily, we can this was at least a good use of my time, because now I know that the Arcane Rising stuff is organized and set up properly. Wait a minute. I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like there's more Arcane Rising that I was supposed to sort. I literally just had an epiphany. I was like, wait a minute. Your Foil Boast Trio? Yeah, there you go. Boastin'. Yeah, I like this organizer a lot. This has helped me an insane amount since I've gotten it. Like, I remember I bought this back when I was sorting stuff for Magic a whole lot, and like let me tell you, like, it was night and day. I was just like, okay, like, I used to sort them in piles, and then those piles would have piles, and it would just be like laid across the entirety of the bar that I was working at. And then freaking one day I was like, no, I just get like an organizer, like $15, and I bought this, and it's been with me ever since. And I don't know how I would keep my head together if it wasn't for this. Whoop, almost fucked up. You guys almost watched that happen. That would have been fun. That would have been so fun for me and nobody else. Okay. Just, I have an inkling that I'm missing something. Hold on. I have to go check something. I feel like there's a set of cards that I sat down and meant for. No. I don't actually think I see them. No. Maybe. Nope, I'm just losing my mind. Ah. Yeah, there you go. Freaking Eye of Ophidia in that thing. Wildest shit. Warriors always just trying to put the most expensive ass gems in their fucking deck for no reason, am I right? What's that about? What's that whole thing about? Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. There's that. There's this. This. And don't they normally, I mean, if they're doing a band thing, don't they normally have like a page that they have like attempted to put on just grayed out in their thing? Right? You'd think they'd be more prepared. You would think they'd be more prepared, but they're not. So, we're waiting. Whoa, 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 wee wow. Okay. I appreciate everybody hanging out at least. Appreciate everybody coming to hang out and vibe and chat during their day. You know, we had such a poppin' chat today. Wild. Okay, that's good. And then I think that's it for the blues. Okay. So we're now fully optimized for this. So we have this, this, this. Okay. Pop. Still no. Okay. I'm gonna try to put these cards back. Out this. Out. Oh. And it. Oh god. I think y'all realize I have to move like an entire fucking stack of bulk that is outside of a bin in order for me to access the rest of the bulk that I have here. It is crazy. Curly, what are you doing? Just crush your skull. Almost crushed your skull. I said, you got any brain in there anyway? Well, then
lady. Not even. Do not even attempt to do such a thing that you are looking to attempt to do. Don't even think about it. Hopefully the Banlist isn't dropping right now while I'm over here precariously just messing around with a bunch of boxes. Golly, that would suck so much. Get off of there. Over. Over. Stupid. Damn it. All this stuff over first. Get up. Get up. Okay. Through. More crew. Crew. Now we got this stuff. Now we can move stuff. Now we can start moving shit. Tell me it's up. Stop it. God damn it. Okay, hold on. Hold on, I'm moving stuff over from box to box. Be patient with me. Okay. It needs so not go lights off. Carry me home. Bitch. Word. No. Frick. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Flux. Here. It's here. Yeah. I'm assuming this is a potion. We got fate for scenes. Okay. We're okay for now? Maybe? Sorry, I'm just like losing my shit here right now.
It's out? Don't lie to me. Yeah, I know. They're going to wait for me to end the stream. It's not out. You lie to me. You lied. You're a liar. Guilty liar. Hi. Hi, little lady. Hello. Oh my goodness. I definitely think they're gonna wait for me to end this stream and they're gonna be like, hey, finally we can post this thing. Okay. Really, lady. Oh, you're so cute. Oh, you're so cute. You're such a cute little lady. Okay. Get my cards over here. Do not come up here. Do not proceed or attempt to come up this way. Cry. Millie, do not come up here. She just hopped up here like, oh yeah, no, it's gonna be fine. Do not. You are gonna knock over this pile of cards and I'm gonna be so mad, you have no idea. So incredibly upset. Millie, stop. Oh my god. Oh my god. Get out of here, Curly. Do not. You can check that out when there's not stuff on top of it. Put you back up there, okay? Just chill. God, cats, man. It's crazy. I'm over here like, oh god, she can do it. She can do it, she can jump. Good job. Okay. Discord assures me it'll be out in 2 hours, though. Assuredly. No, the Armory deck comes out on the 30th? Or it's the 29th? I think? Pretty sure? Pretty sure that math is right? We gonna be able to get all of it in here, huh? Ever. Shit, fuck. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that'll be like a key moment of the spoilers, is that the deck will come out, and that's probably what they'll do. Is normally they come out with those like, oh hey, we're, you know, like LSS makes a video that says they're gonna test this Armory deck and turn it into another Armory deck. I think that's what they're gonna do to showcase some of the new cards inside the set. Right here, we can keep putting away these guys here. Whoa, that was almost just a freaking organization of these cards are too important to me right now. Okay. Okay. Not bad. Not bad, not bad. We're making progress. I still have some other stuff that I still have to organize from Arcane Rising, because I completely forgot, but I'm gonna check the... No, we're still should be good. Because there should be an article that comes out. If something is gonna shake up the meta, there should be an article that gets released. Let's just do this here real quick. We've got Wizard Chest, Runeblade Weapon, Mech Weapon, Ranger Weapon, Wizard Weapon. Do this until we throw up. Lens, vest, bracers, Mage Master's boots, hood, robe, gloves, boots, chest, head, legs. All right. Gloves, boots, and then we have tokens. Effectively tokens. We'll get the robes right here, bracers right here, robes here. A lot of bullseye bracers. That's going to go good in this next set, unless of course long draw quick glove is the better card to play in Ranger. Probably will be, to be honest, because you know, Warmonger's Diplomacy is still a card. So, might see more play. Alright. Null Rune, Talismanic Lens. I like seeing all these Mage Master's boots, though. That's going to be pretty important to building a lot of these other heroes. Gravy Bones. Tell me we've got the update at 4 o'clock. I'm gonna throw up. All right, well, guess we'll probably just see it later today when I'm at the frickin' armory. Guess that'll be it. Guess the rest is probably tokens, I guess. So just make sure before I clean this up. Correct. Yes. Okay. Cool. Just tokens now. So we got this. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding, right? Like, at this point, I'm just about to be like, hey, listen. Do I have to ping them? Like, should I ping them on, like, Bluesky? Like, what do I do? There's no way. There's no way that this is just happening. Crazy to me. We'll do Viserai, Azalea, Viserai, Kano, Dash, Kano, Dash, Crack Bobble, Rune Chance. A lot of Rune Chance. Azalea, Rune Chance again. Rune Chance again. Viserai. Azalea. Dash. Kano. Dash. Rune Chance. Well, regardless of whether or not we get a BNR before I end the stream, just know that I'm happy that you guys sat here and hung out with me. You hung out with me a little bit. Did some sorting of your own, maybe. You know, Ash, Azalea, Viscerai, Adult Heroes. I wonder how many of these are dash in the back. That's probably how many of you are Azalea in the back? I'm so happy they're bringing back token heroes again. Oh, I'm so excited for that. I'm so excited. I'm just ready for people to not complain about the fact that there's a majestic hero within the set, and then that's like it. Kano. And is there anything on the back of these rune blades or the rune chants? I don't think so. I don't think there's any other tokens. Weapons, effectively. So, a lot of rune chants. They probably could have turned these into weapons. No, fine. Okay. And we will go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Chance. Rune chants were really the only token to be made in Arcane. And interesting. Okay. Arcane Rising is now officially done. What that means I'm going to change my camera angle back to myself. Okay. That's here. This way. Here. Okay. We are finally done with Arcane Rising sorting. We're gonna give you a little bit of a jump scare in 3, 2, 1. It's so dark here. What the fuck? Fix that. The brightness. Oh. Brightness place. Okay. Good. Good. One more set down, only freaking 13 more sets to go. 13 more sets to go. Or I'm fully organized and set and ready as a flesh and blood guy. And then I can start accepting more bulk. Let's see here. So, no way, right? No. What if we just like happen to go to the rules and policy stuff? Maybe we see that, right? We're back. We're back. Sorry about that. Hopefully y'all can still see me. Type 1 in the chat if you can still see me and still hear me. Yeah, my freaking OBS crashed. I was like, what the hell? Anytime I try to toggle this, like, this filter, like green screen filter, it fucking crashes on me, so. Okay. So, yeah, we could play some PB. Some Blue Project. Got those cards over here. I'm trying to, like, remember what it is I'm doing here. What am I here again? Oh, the rules and policies. That's what I'm doing. I'm just like, wait a minute. PB Draw My is really great. Also, notably, some of you, just due to that hiccup occurring, may be not live currently. So, if you hit that little live button, it should bring you back to where we are right now. I'm not seeing any additional bans in the ban list, so nothing has changed through there. But yeah, PB Droma is pretty sick. PB Briar's been pretty crazy too. Is there a legal list for PB? There is. It's any hero that's rare or lower in rarity. And then there's a big ban list, effectively, from that. So, cards like Sink Below and Fate Foreseen are not legal. Rootbound Carapace isn't legal. CYB isn't legal. Bonds of Ancestry isn't legal. Lots of stuff. Lots of stuff is not legal. But that is due to be that way, I think. Pretty hit or miss, though. Snapshot Lexi's good, but you also don't have things like Snapdragon Scalers or anything, so... which is kind of rough. Let's see here. So far, nothing. We're still seeing... I'm checking up on my local Discord right now. What the hell is happening with this thing? This thing is fucking tight on there. Tighten your shit, buddy. Get your shit together. You have a family. Come on. Intervisor is good, actually. I mean, Assassins do pretty okay, I think. I mean, the attack reaction steps is pretty good. I think the downfall is that, like, you just don't have good 0 for 6s. So... Or not 0 for 6, 2 for 6s. Like, you have Humble, you have Wreck Havoc, you have Cut Down to Size. That's it. Outside of that, it's like, try to push damage. Like, Sneak Attack, I guess? You can play Sneak Attack. Pretty fun. Holy shit, 471 new messages? Jesus Christ. Yeah. It's rough because the swaps aren't very good, but PB is like pretty fun thing to build, I think, as far as things go. Just because like I've built this is a deck that was made for PB that friend of the channel or a viewer of the channel, I should say, but they might as well be my friend too. That's also cool. I'm down to have more friends. They made this deck and they went like 4-0 at their like Project Blue event, and this is just kind of like insane because you get Burn Up Shock and also Arcane Seed's Life in the same reign, and you get just like Bramble Spark, Lightning Presses, you get to go fast, you get Flourish. Like this is kind of crazy just because you get to, you know, you can pump this up to another +1. Bramble Spark gives another +1. A lot. So how was it? Assassin gets more good cards in the CR FPV. I mean, I think that if you are going to play an assassin in Project Blue, I definitely think a hero like Solitary Confinement's probably like your best bet. Strictly because you get more value off of like close this a little bit here. Hopefully a little bit better on the eyes. Yeah, no Rake the Embers though. You don't get a Rake the Embers, but it's okay. You get Uvia. You can still make Ashwings. But yeah, like I think like Arachne Solitary Confinement's a pretty good one. I think I made an ASC deck. I can't recall. Project Blue, yeah. Like, and this is effectively just like assassin goodies. I'm probably gonna put things like Spike with Blood Rot in here, maybe. I have a lot to like move. I want to like. I built this before I started playing Slippy, so I'm not like committed to what is in here. But just playing like all the good stuff, but at red. This deck probably needs more reactions. I can probably take out things like Scar Tissue and put in a Spike with Blood Rot. Razor Reflex might even be a good choice for Spike with Blood Rot instead of that, because like this pumps a dagger. So like you swing with your daggers, it's fine. But it's, you know, it's rough because you Mark of the Huntsman, you have bites, so you're able to like recur them back, but yeah, they're not like the best, but I do think that out of all of them, like Solitary Confinement can do a lot. Just because like the go wide ability is not like Slippy where you give your opponent something, so you get 1 less health, but you get to start with a pretty solid hand. Yeah, Mario Dagger PB is also probably pretty good too. Just play exactly that, right? You just play the same as you would if you were in CC, right? Like but this is the Briar deck. I mean, it's just like Rotwood Reaper. What else have I built? Ira is kind of fucking insane, as she always normally is. But like with not a whole lot of defense reactions, Whirling Mist Blossom is like kind of insane. Being able to like come in with a Kadachi if it hits, and then you just come in with this, and then it will, you can pump it with a Razor Reflex. Cut Through is also like a crazy ass card in here. I think Cut Through goes into Dagger Arachne as well, if I'm correct. Just because like it's freaking 0 for 4 go again. So yeah, so it's a pretty good build. I think Ira's got a good place. Icelander's tricky, but not, I mean, she's not unplayable, but I mean, Ice Eternal's a good card, but you don't get to do like the crazy shit. So unfortunately, it's just not as good. What else did I do? I mean, this is my Azalea deck right now. I think there's some things I could change in Azalea. But this is what I'm running here. It's just like all the laces and stuff, so not terrible. Oh, Absorbinator? That's actually how I almost died. Absorbinator is like crazy good, I think. Like this card's pretty cool. Both your X? Oh, this one in what? Freaking what do you call it? Sigil of Parapets? Is that it? Maybe that's not it. Permafrost. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Next you play this turn with the effect that deals arcane damage instead deals that much arcane damage +2. Then it's just a block value here. So it's a 0/4 defense reaction. But yeah. Permafrost. Yeah. Ice Fusion. If Permafrost is fused, the next time you deal arcane damage to a hero this turn, create that many Frostbite tokens under control. And that's pretty good because, like, theoretically, you can play this from your hand, fuse it, and then use the other two to then play, what, Ice Eternal? Can you Ice Eternal this? You can Ice Eternal from your arsenal. So you keep Ice Eternal in your arsenal, you block your opponent, and that's it. So nope, there's still no bans. No bans yet, Topple. So I don't know. It'll probably be happening after I cut off the stream and I'm already at my LGS, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, Ice Eternal and Permafrost, I mean, that's probably pretty good, right? Place under good. I mean, she's okay. Yeah, New's pretty close. I'm happy I moved over to Slippy. Just because, like, I knew New was not going to make it. But I also kind of got tired of playing New a whole lot, so I enjoy Slippy's playstyle. Yeah, because what you can do here, theoretically, is you have no real way to do anything else. So you probably don't want to, like, Ice Eternal. You probably want to... I mean, I guess it's just a great way to disrupt. Not really anything you can do. She's decent, but she's definitely not good unless she has Waning Moon. And Waning Moon is not available in the format. So, yeah. It's just not the same. Just not the same. Gold Kiss Rum. I wonder if we're going to get another Vincent card in the set. The fact they gave Prisma card, I wonder if they're going to give me a Vincent card. If I get another Vincent card, we're going to fucking ball. We're going to ball. It's going to be another Binstant. Give me another Cull. Give me Cull 2.0. Cull with all the fixins. The stream do still be going on. And not for long, though. I think I'm probably going to cut it off here in about 15 minutes or so. Yeah, Vincent and Slippy are probably the two. It was originally Vincent and New, but I've moved over to Slippy. So Vincent and Slippy are what I run. I had thought about getting in Florian instead of Vincent, but I don't want to play for Felling of the Crown or Plow Under. So I'm not doing all that shit. No, Shadow Runeblade only. Regular Runeblade, no. Shadow Runeblade, yes. Shadow Runeblade cannot keep up with anybody who has the ability to block well, and every other hero gets to block well. Put a Florian card in there? Yeah, like a new Florian specialization? No. That ain't happening, Chief. Oh my god, they're never gonna do this shit. They're never gonna do this. Also, hold on, I did see that this... No, not what I wanted. Where the hell is it in the marketing thing? Retailer news? Germinate but better. This. Yeah, this thing. To celebrate its release, High Seas will have release celebration promos available from eligible retailers while stocks last. These come in a flow wrap that contains 8 promos out of a possible 9 different cards. Stores have been allocated these promos based on their organized play activity. Check with your distributor to confirm your allocation. For Japanese stores, please contact our organized play team. It should be provided as 1 promo card per High Seas booster box. However, retailers may apply per customer limits at this discretion. So, 8 of possible 9 options per pack. What a weird thing to do to print 9 of them and then have it be like, oh yeah, you might get like one or the other for some of them. Interesting, but that is something to note. Florian spec for each slave, he'll gain X energy. Nah, dog. They can't be getting that shit. I don't think Florian gets, I don't think Earth gets anything. If Earth, okay, I lied. There is one Earth hero who will get something, hopefully. And it is a Earth Wizard action that says deal 3 arcane damage. If this deals 4 or more arcane damage, decompose or something of the sort. Like, which is like normally decomposes a cost. So maybe like if you decompose it surges to 6 or something, like that actually sounds more reasonable than if it does damage decompose as opposed to the other way around. That's why I'm not a card designer. That is why I do not know. I don't know. Any Earth hero needs Earth cards is Jarl. No, Jarl doesn't need shit. Everybody's like, yo, they're gonna unban Winter's Whale. If they unban Winter's Whale, that'll give Jarl something to fucking chew on for a little while. I think Winter's Whale would be goddamn insane in that hero. Delayed until the 27th? That would be crazy. Where did you see that? Hold on. Let me see if we all get the same joke. The same thing here. Go through WhatsApp? Yeah, I don't know if that's legit. Don't know if that's a legit thing. Also, like, it wouldn't hurt them to delay it. You know what I mean? Like, that's the other thing I think is weird, right? Is that, like, if they already have it, unless they have, like, not deliberated on bans yet, they've not, like, confirmed bans. Like, I don't know why they wouldn't just do it. So Winter's Whale isn't just unbanning, it's, yeah, correct, it's undoing weapons, right? So it's more so that it's not available for play than it is anything else. I don't know. Yeah, exactly, right. Oldham LL, so did, and then Winter's Whale went with them. But I mean, it's not gonna kill them to be like, oh hey, we bring a weapon back. I just want to know whether or not they're gonna ban goddamn Reality Refractor so I can start making commoner content again. It. Freaking killing me. But Tekla pistol? I think they should just give a pistol, right? Just make any other pistol. If they make another pistol, it's fine. But the fact that they're not making another pistol, like, that's the issue. The items are too strong. The items are not too strong. Dash would have LL'd by now if they were too strong. They're good, but there's also like plenty of things that allow you to steal items now. So I don't think that there's like a, you know, okay, like that's it. They'll never be able to be beaten kind of deal. Right, it's the items that make Teklo Pistol good. But like, if that was the case, right? If it was like the most busted thing, I think they could make a different item. I don't know. Oh gosh. So we've been live for probably, if I recall correctly, we've been live for quite a while now. Probably like 3 hours. Probably more, actually. Probably 4 hours. Probably like 4 fucking hours at this point. Go to my channel. Go to my channel. How long have I been live? Please don't give me an ad. Okay. Yeah, it's been 3 hours. 3 hours and 17 minutes. Yep. Nothing. Sucks. All right, it's 4:30. Still nothing. I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna actually throw up. This is crazy as hell. Like this is like like the concept of like edging at its finest. It's just like ban list, ban list, please, ban list. I would like a ban list, please. That would be so great. Fuck. 8 p.m. EST. I mean, what is that New Zealand time? Noon? Yep. I am also in Colorado. Drip. Fuck. What the shit am I, New Zealand time? It's 10:31 in the morning right now. So what? Maybe like a couple hours? Like noon? Like 1 p.m.? Because 8 p.m. EST is 6 p.m. here, so that'd be an hour and a half from now, which would be noon. So, yeah, right. Just imagine just like getting to the office, just like, all right, another day. Frank? Jason? All right, how y'all doing? Good? Good? Hey, knock, knock, knock. Hey, Brian. It's 10:30. Oh. Yeah? And I have a meeting coming up at 11. Is there something going on? Like, oh yeah, the ban list? Oh. They'll be fine. It's not gonna go into effect tonight. It's gonna go into effect next week. It'll be fine. They'll be fine. So, with some games in Advantage Game Shop. Nice, there you go. So I'm actually going to level 7 Kipling tonight. Level 7 Kipling is kind of near Lakewood, or it's in Lakewood, I guess I should say. So if you are bored and looking to come out and play some Flesh and Blood, I'll be there. But level 7 North is great. Advantage is where normally I'd go to Advantage, but I haven't gone there for a little while just because like I get a lot of stuff. Yeah, tonight's their armory night. Level 7 Kipling specifically, not North, not the one with like the coffee shop and everything, but the one in Lakewood is tonight. Utah's not too far. Just make the drive. You'll be here by 6:30, right? Fabden, how you doing? How are you, buddy? All right, sick. I look forward to seeing you there. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Oh, you'll be fine, Topple. You'll make it. I believe. If you believe hard enough, you can drive 2 hours in a 8-hour span or whatever. But I am thriving. I am due to probably end the stream here in about like 15 minutes or so. And I think the reason being is just because we've been live for about 3 hours. And we expected the ban list to at least have been shown by now, but we don't have anything yet. So it's probably not going to happen until later tonight. And if it does, whatever, right? Just means I make a video on it, or I talk about it tomorrow, or whatever need be. But get up early and make a video and release it. But I'm not super worried. Yeah, if it's not out in 15 minutes, I'll probably just end up going to, I mean, obviously I'm going to my armory tonight to play. So we got that going for us. Y'all will be hitting up my DMs, letting me know about all the crazy shit that they banned. At least we know that things for Vincent aren't getting banned. Am I right? Am I right? God, I hope they don't ban Cole. Fuck. That would suck so much. But I don't know. I don't know what we're looking to do. Like, I mean, at least as far as this is concerned, it's going to be a very... It's going to be a very interesting thing. Yeah, I love Cole. I hope they don't get rid of it. But, you know, being able to fucking stack that shit in the goddamn hand is crazy as hell, so... Interesting time for sure, I gotta say. That's what I'm saying, Felipe. That's what I'm saying. Literally, it's gonna fucking end. I'm gonna cut this stream off, and it's gonna upload. It's gonna be at 5 o'clock. It's gonna be in 30 minutes. I'm gonna literally fucking turn off the stream. I'm gonna get myself all ready to go to my armory. I'm gonna get in my car. And I'm going to arrive at my LGS, and they're going to be like, oh, did you see the ban list dropped? And I'm going to be like, fuck. Damn it. So crazy. What do I predict? I would like to think that 3 of a Kind's going to get banned. I'd like to think that Bonds of Agony probably gets banned. That's probably my hot take, is that Bonds of Agony gets banned. Obviously, a lot of people are assuming that their expensive cards are going to get banned, like Tunic and Codex and CNC and maybe Weakest Link even, but I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting thing. I think Agony going is fine because it's really just like an awkward card, and it doesn't provide like a good play pattern outside of being like, well, did you read me right? Like, did you read this stranger correctly? Yeah? Okay, cool. Like, that's it. You're good. But I think it's also not like a crazy expensive card. So it being hit, people aren't going to be like, oh, my Bonds of Agony. But I still think Assassin has like the level of power it has even without bonds. It's just like, okay, you have one less mask target. One less mask of to take up the mantle target. So, I don't know. I don't think it is awful to get rid of. What else? I think like Felling of the Crown being banned would be kind of crazy. Just simply because like it's either Rootbound or Felling, right? Like one or the other. I think Felling leaving is fine. I think Rootbound leaving kills Verdance. So That's going to be kind of rough. Prognosis and Bonds nowadays. Well, Prognosis, I mean, it gets a card from the top of your deck and a card from your hand, whereas Bonds gets an additional 3 value, pumps a whole bunch, and then also rips 1 to possibly 2 cards out of your hand if you don't block properly, and then also a card from your deck. So I feel like you get significantly more value overall from Bonds. And more importantly, it's the interaction, right? Because like if you block 9, you block with 3 cards and like a piece of equipment on Bonds, and they go, okay, pass. That does not feel good. Like, your opponent could just not have it, but like you block 10 and it's like, okay, like I guess that's it. So the health certainly can be more problematic. That is correct, but it also depends on what deck you're playing, right? Like if I'm going into another aggro deck and they have a bunch of actions, I get to go, cool, I gain 3 life, maybe. It's really only 2 life, unless you of course have Justinic, in which then like 3 life. But you know, like your opponent's running, if you're running like, you know, there's a bunch of different options, right? So yeah, Bonds with, yeah, Bond, exactly. And I think that's really is. It comes down to like, that's the interaction, is that it's Bonds with Go Again. So it's Bonds with Go Again. They put 10 in front of it and you say, cool, no blocks. Pass. Send in a Persuasive Prognosis. Then it's like, ah, fuck. Well, they only have 1 card in hand, like you might as well block with it. And so it's really, really messed up. It's a really messed up interaction. And frankly, if they ban Bonds, that's fine. I think that Bonds is due to get like even worse as time goes on, because I'm not gonna lie, spreading Plague into Bonds, even if you do not, like if your opponent blocks with 4 cards and you have it, you don't even need to like make that happen. You could instead just go Spreading Plague, give them 4 Blood Rot Pox tokens, have them take 8 damage at the end of their turn because they're not going to like pitch to one of them. That's a lot. That's a lot. And then come in with something else and then pump that. Like, crazy. Just Nick's more for the Bonds. I mean, it's a 2-card 6. So I don't really think it's that bad. 2-card 9, technically, if you consider the card off the top of the deck that they hit with to be I guess it's a little bit more if you count it being 2 cards off the top of the deck and then a card from hand with Persuasive Prognosis. So like maybe it's like a pseudo 2-card or like 12, maybe, probably more like an 11, because you could not hit, right? You still have an opportunity to not hit. Yeah, exactly. Bonds is strong because of Justinic, but I think it's also just because you know that that's that ceiling. What's up, Phoenix? Speculations are, we're currently seeing whether or not, I mean, I think Bonds of Agony is going to get a ban. I think that 3 of a Kind might get a ban. I think that something from the Earth talent is going to get a ban. Reaping Blade might even get a ban. That'd be very interesting, because I think that's the thing that really provides a lot of this value to Florian, is the fact that it's a 1-cost weapon. Because if you had to play Rotwood Reaper instead, you would not get the same value out of that. So yeah, I agree. I think Bonds would be a fair ban. Reaping Blade should never been. Yeah, ban Reaping, unban Duskblade. Let's fucking go. Let's get this man to LL immediately. Immediately. But I don't know. I mean, it's really up in the air. It's supposed to be stuff that is going to literally, like, the fact that they use the term shake the meta is got a lot of people kind of like on the fence for things, because if it's a shake the meta level kind of ban, it's probably going to be like some insane shit that you never would have expected, like Sink Below, right? Or like Fate Foreseen, kind of stuff like that, or Shelter from the Storm. But like we don't know. Like, we do not know until but I don't know. Apparently BNR was pushed back to the 27th, came from the last dev talk. The last dev talk? The last dev talk said that they pushed it up to the 19th. Did they just come out with a dev talk? No, they did not. Because initially BNR was due to be on the 27th. But they pushed it up to this date on the 19th because they wanted to be more aggressive with their bans and get people more ready for Nats. I don't know how much I'd struggle with thinking about a synkless Flesh and Blood. I think getting rid of sync below is not going to like change the fucking world. The only downside is that like fatigue games get a little bit more rough and blocking up breakpoints gets worse. So like, you know, it makes decks like Syndra with Mask of Momentum harder to play into because you do not have as many things that will, you know, one card will block that whole thing. So it's a little harder to block out aggro. It also is a card that helps, more importantly, its effect allows you to filter cards from your hand, so it is kind of that concept. Since she lacks the exact same thing. What does she lack there? I mean, you come in with a Oath of Loyalty. Normally it's like, cool, you can de-react that shit, but like you're not, I don't know. I feel like Syndra doesn't really utilize it. I feel like aggro decks can just go like, okay, cool, 0 for 4. Yes, that is correct, Ed Mark. At least that is my understanding, is that they're pushing it to the 19th. No worries, no worries. I don't know. It'll be an interesting one. I'm very, 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 very sure that something... I mean, obviously, it's going to be something that when they say shake the meta, you sit there and you expect, like, what are they going to do, right? Are they going to touch any of these cards that are $50 or more in price? Is that what they're going to look at? Because we know they look at the secondary market. So is this going to be something in which they specifically choose these cards? Are they doing anything there? So the date at the bottom changed. At the bottom what? The date at the bottom of Living Legend? Or the thing? Yeah, no kidding. I'm never gonna end this stream. Yeah, so those are articles that are printed when the last BNR. Those articles are printed with that date on it. It was the 27th before the dev talk, so it hasn't changed. It's always been that. The reason they just did it is they pushed it up. But Luke, I have to end this. I have to end the live stream. I have to. I have to go to Armory. We have to play Armory. Fuck. I just want to know. I just want to know. I want to be live when this happens and hang out with everybody. Frick. We're all going to be like in the middle of round 3 at the Armory and just be like, oh. Yeah, that's what I have to do is I have to end the stream. It's gonna be crazy. So insane. What's up, Transient? How are you? Do YouTube short of reaction and then record when you get back? No, that's too much work for me already. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, it very well could be the case. I don't know. Like, if LSS is watching right now and they're just like, Alex, go to Armory, Brian Gottlieb will put his name in the chat right now and he'll just tell me to do it. If that is the case, I'll go. I will cut this stream if Brian Gottlieb comes in here and he's just like, hey, we wanted to wait until nobody was live. That way everybody can go live at the same time and it could be a thing. Like, sure. Sure. I'll leave. I'll go. I don't give a shit. Like, I don't care. But at the end of the day, like, we're just hanging out. We're waiting. We're waiting for this shit. Also, yeah, 64 people also in the chat. Thank you. Or who was watching. I'm not going to Armory tonight. We're all hanging out. Nobody's going to Armory. Nobody's playing. Everybody's just going to hang out here. This is my bait to grow my channel. By the way, if you're not already subscribed to Ashwin's TCG, my channel, do that. You can hit the like button below, or whatever the hell the kids are saying these days in regards to that. Yeah. Yeah, you could pay me money too if you really wanted to do that, but that's what it's going to. Ignore the T. Thanks, Brian. Yeah, I'll make sure to. Oh, you know what? The infamous LSS dev Bryant Snyder's. Yeah, you're right. I'll get there. I'll make sure that happens. Oh God, I don't know. It's just one of those things. Like, you just get sitting here, just like, all right, cool, we're gonna wait. But if you know, if it ends up being a thing where they're just like, no, I would think this is like a freaking papal conclave nonsense, right? They're probably just sitting there in the dev room, in this conference room, going like, okay, are we sure the red one needs to go? We need to be sure before this actually happens. But my God, this is insane. Yeah, 11 a.m. Thoughts on integrating Project Blue in the Armory format? I think any opportunity you can do to put a casual budget format into an Armory is a fantastic thing. I think people should have been doing that with Commoner from the start, but, you know, apparently nobody wants to play Commoner, but everybody wants to play Project Blue. So, like, making Project Blue a thing to play in Commoner, I think is great. I think that anybody who has the opportunity to grow their scene with something like a budget format like Project Blue that's what you should do. So, right. It is 11 o'clock. Their L10 meetings are already set up. Like, I'm already through all of my meetings by 11 o'clock when I'm at work. There's no reason. Cull ban in I think cull restriction in LL sounds right. I don't know that it'll get a ban but I do think that it could get a restriction. But yeah, whatever the folks in New Zealand are doing, I gotta know what's happening. I gotta know why the hell we still don't have the BNR yet. And it's 4:50. It's 4:50 here in Mountain Standard Time, which means that it's still well into the afternoon for even Pacific. So, I don't know. I wonder if they just do it at, like, what is effectively our midnight here. And they'll just be like, yeah, nobody's at Armories at 11 o'clock at night, so, like, we don't have to worry about Banlist, so just, like, send it. They could have done this yesterday, but they didn't do that. Nobody did that. Who would have thought? Ridiculous. But seriously, though, first and foremost, obviously, I wanted to thank everybody for being here and hanging out. Regardless of whether or not we actually see the ban list today live as a family, I just wanted to say thank you all for being here and hanging out and chatting with each other and being awesome and wonderful. Yeah, just, you know, hopefully you guys are just as excited as I am for this ban list. I don't know that anything is going to get, I don't know. It would be really funny if, could you imagine they have us wait for this long for a shake up the meta level ban list and you just like you click on that link when it first appears, and it just says Classic Constructed, no changes. And really, the meta shakeup for the ban list is just the Reality Refractor banning Commoner, and that's it. That's what everybody waited for, was the banning Commoner. Oh my god, what a what a world. It's like they made this ban list for me specifically, and that's it. That's all he did. They said Alex isn't making Commoner content because he wants to wait and see whether or not Reality Refractor is going to get banned. They ban a dragon? No, they're not going to ban a dragon. Yeah, oh yeah, Kyloria. All right. Yeah, sorry. You can't have Snatch with Go Again. That has a life total that you can kill at instant speed. Sorry, you can't have it. Dude, absolutely simple. I'm excited. I'm excited. I look forward to seeing you at the armories. It's gonna be a good time. It's too good with the gold. It's worse. It's worse with the gold tokens. It's legitimately worse. I don't get to draw a card now. I just get gold. It's awful. Literally, that's what I'm saying, Crimson. A no changes announcement, I'd lose my shit. I'd be like, okay, this is this is a joke now, right? Like it's a joke. We know it's a joke. There's no way, right? I have never been this tense for a ban list that doesn't actually make any freaking sense. Like, Project Blue Balls, no. Telling you. The gold is too, yeah, the gold is too ash, but it's not a card. It doesn't allow you to draw. I'd rather draw another dragon and play it. I don't need to worry about ash. I have Flame Scale Furnace. I can make as much ash as I want. Don't you forget? Don't you remember? Don't you forget? Yeah, you probably forget. I forget. I want to get like an actual green screen. I hate that like this is what's like this is how I have to like do this. Because it's like I get this over here and it's like, ah, what the fuck? Like where's his arm going? But like nothing is blocking this outside of like the arm. So weird. Coping the ban is coming in 5 minutes since that's an hour after the yeah. I also thought that. I was just like, they got us with the Living Legend stuff. So obviously somebody's in office. So so either they're just like, wait a minute, that's it. I am in the mountains. It's where I am. The mountains of Volcor. Don't you see this thing? This is Volcor, where I am native to. Don't you know? Yeah, that is, it feels bad. It's like, oh yeah, I make a copper, and it's like, yeah, you think that would matter. It does. And also, Luke, you just want Kyloria gone, so that way you can keep your items. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm hopeful. 3 minutes. I'm hopeful in 3 minutes we get an article that pops. What class talent combo would you be if you lived in Wraith? Oh, dude, a Draconic Runeblade. I would love to be a Draconic Runeblade. I think that would be the sickest shit ever in the entire world. I think Draconic Runeblade is like my hopeful future of Viserai. Because we know Viserai is from Volcor, right? So we know Viserai is from Volcor, and he was essentially manipulated into becoming a Runeblade under the Demonastery, right? Under Sutcliffe. So I think that if he's doing this whole like self-fulfillment journey as he goes through Iarethal or wherever the fuck he is these days, that at some point he finds himself back to Volcor for like his lineage, and you find out that he's the Emperor's long lost son or whatever, and it was like, oh, he was deemed to be dead, and they never thought that there was an heir available, and so now it's going to be like Viserai versus Dromai for the throne of Volcor. All I'm saying is that, like, if I'm here, if anybody from LSS is listening and that's just what happened, realize that is going to be the most sold set of Flesh and Blood ever. That's going to be it. You're going to get Dromai back, you're going to get Viserai back, and then there's going to be like, I don't know, maybe Icelander will be there. And she'll be like, wait, everything's too hot in this continent. Freeze that shit. Because think about it, right? Rune Chants are just pings like Ashwings. Not that he created Rune Chants, but like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, maybe if you pitched a red, they come in for 2 instead of 1. Could you imagine every one of the Rune Chants coming in for 2? Stacking them all? What a hero. That would be so cool. Transcending, yeah. Ice Assassin's wild. Yeah, Ice Assassin would be insane. I don't like anything about that. That sounds like actual awful shit. But yeah, Draconic Runeblade. And it'd be Viserai. And he's gonna have a cool sword. It's gonna be Nebula Blade, but it's on fire. And the armor is going to have the purple hue is going to be gone, and it's instead going to be like a purplish red. And it's going to be like a nice mix of this color. Ugh. My fan fiction coming to life. Insane. All right. T-minus 1 minute, right? Just know that I'll give benefit of the doubt. We're going to see it here. 1 minute. Here it is. It is now 5 o'clock. Mountain Standard Time. Flip this bitch. It's still not on the page. It's not on the page. It's still not here. It's still not here. It's still not here. My dailies. How am I ever going to do my dailies if I don't have the reset? They're totally... This is it, right? This is it. See, I'd imagine if I was in charge of a company and I knew that there was an article that was due to drop on a day, this is how I would do it. Is I would just sit there and I'd go, let them, like, I have never seen, within our own Colorado Flesh and Blood Discord, I've seen more arguments occur amongst other players in just this day alone. Like, everybody is so chill whenever they're with each other. But like the second it's like, there's a ban list, things might get banned, and it's like, oh, wait a minute, like that doesn't affect playstyle, like this playstyle's good, and it's like, oh my god, everybody's like freaking out. But they're like, I would lose it if I woke up tomorrow morning to a Bluesky post that just said, hey guys, we got like really high at the office, and we forgot to do it. So it's that's it. Crimson, you're lying to me. Oh, it is. You're not. Ah. Ah. Whoa, what the fuck? Yo, wait a minute. This is it. Count Your Blessings is banned, Germinate is banned, Scepter of Pain is banned, and Bonds of Ancestry Red is unbanned. Holy shit, Katsu Gang is fucking in right now. Whoa. All right, let's read up a little bit here. Count Your Blessings is perhaps the most controversial card in Flesh and Blood history. We have previously spoken favorably on Count Your Blessings' role in our game system. However, it's become clear that while there are certain Count Your Blessing fans in the real world, just ask our current world champion, our internal team overestimated player tolerance for burst life gain. What some may see as a control deck tenaciously clinging to life, others view as a single card invalidating turns of hard work. Both perceptions are valid, and if opinions on Count Your Blessings gameplay were split down the middle and evenly distributed across our player base, perhaps we'd hold the line, as the card is not presently performing at problematic levels. However, it has become clear that Count Your Blessing style gameplay has a disproportionate impact on our gameplay at the games at the Armory level, where players who choose strategies particularly vulnerable to its life gain and are left feeling hopeless weeks after week. In addition, the burden of Count Your Blessings development is becoming too large. Most new heroes must be put through a Count Your Blessings check, new defensive tool, time to build a bunch of Count Your Blessings decks, make a new card to challenge Count Your Blessings, more development time allocated to a single card. and all these games must be played against a Count Your Blessings deck that is assuredly looking to play a 50-minute slugfest. The total time invested in the card has simply spiraled out of control. That's insane. It is time for us to move on from Count Your Blessings, both Classic Constructed and Blitz. We've taken many lessons from the experience and would not categorize the card's influence on the game over its legal lifespan as a strictly negative, but the strategy and its mode of gameplay has run its course for now. While Aurora stole all the headlines in the past ProQuest seasons, Florian outperformed her on virtually all metrics, only being kept by a similar reign of terror by lesser representation. Rather than let Florian continue on a similar trajectory, we are taking some preemptive action. Much like Kraken's Aether Vein, Scepter of Pain was a card designed prior to the existence of AMP. While the output may not be as problematic, Channel of the Millennium Trees plus Scepter of Pain still feels like too much to ask decks to account for. There's no realistic way to present large amounts of Arcane Barrier against a Florian without getting destroyed on the many other axes he can fight on. Add in the fun fact that Florian is already a hero that can present aggro, combo, and control builds without changing his weapon, and it's clear that Scepter of Pain is compounding the difficulty of pre-game assets. It can also lead to some truly monotonous game states. Players manipulate their deck throughout pitch to find the problem. Okay. Germinate is probably the card that comes to mind as the biggest surprise in this list. There are two things driving us towards a ban here. First, Florian's endgame feels like it's gotten too simple and deterministic, and it is achieved at almost no deck building cost. Germinate doesn't overtly influence every matchup, but against heroes foolish enough trying to go long against Florian, they will always pay the Germinate toll. Secondly, there is a card in the High Seas expansion slot that you have not seen yet, which is both an effective replacement for and a brutal combination with Germinate. Holy shit, who the fuck said that shit? Somebody in chat quite literally just said, what if there's a Florian card? And that's insane. Given Florian's current success, we've decided not to allow both cards to be legal at the same time. I cannot believe that shit. What the fuck? Okay. With the ascension of Zen Tamer of Purpose to Living Legend, we are now returning Bonds of Ancestry Red to the card pool and allowing Katsu some reprieve from the splash damage he's taken in the recent months. It is still unclear whether this card has a long-term future in the Classic Constructed format, but the coast feels sufficiently clear at this point to cautiously reinsert a single color into the metagame. Crazy. I was right. Yeah, Topple, you did say that. Blitz bans. All right. Following changes to Blitz are effective from Tuesday, May 20th. Channel Lightning Valley banned. Count Your Blessings banned. Flicker Wisp banned. Stormstriders banned. They banned another L. They didn't ban Crown of Seeds again, though. That's crazy. Huh. That's crazy. Okay. The last Blitz skirmish was defined by two things, Aurora and Wizards. These changes look to bring both down a peg. Count Your Blessings will leave the Blitz format for all reasons mentioned above, despite rampant fears. Defensive decks seemingly underperformed last skirmish season, even with Count Your Blessings. However, we are optimistic that nerfs to the arcane classes can leave defensive decks able to compete using more traditional tools. Aurora is every bit the terror in Blitz that she was in Classic Constructed, and she uses many of the same tricks. With the reduced life totals in Blitz, even a single successful Channel Lightning Valley can end the game in Aurora's favor. Likewise, Flicker Wisp getting banned, that makes sense. Stormstriders has long been a contentious card internally when it comes to the Blitz format. There's a portion of the team that views it as an integral to the Wizard identity, and another portion that believes that the extra turn it provides is not compatible with the reduced life totals of Blitz. After many years of Blitz play, a lot of evidence has piled up to the favor of the latter. Wizard has always been top tier in Blitz. This even proved true during the few short months where Stormstriders was banned and Icelander was still viewed as the best deck. It's time to let Wizards cool down for a bit while they wait for a suitable, more Blitz-balanced replacement for Stormstriders to arrive. Interesting, okay. Living Legend. Carrion Husk is banned. Crown of Seeds is banned. Cull is restricted. We called that shit. Deadwood Dirge is restricted. Succumb to Temptation is restricted. And Hypothermia is unrestricted. They're giving another ice card to Starvo. But Crown's banned. Crazy. Chain is effectively just like rocked here. Because Deadwood and Succumb are restricted, and Cull is restricted, and no Carrion Husk. So that's kind of crazy. Definitely getting a hit there for Chain. As you said, time and time again, the Living Legend format has a massive role to play in the ecosystem Fab. As proof of that, I am happy to announce that today of 2025 World Championship in Philadelphia, Living Legend will be one of the formats used to determine our world champion. Oh. Oh, fuck. This is a format now. This is big. That's actually kind of fucking insane. In the lead up to Worlds, you can also expect more Living Legend events in the calendar, including the format's first inclusion in a ProQuest season. As part of the continued commitment to Living Legend, format balance will receive extra attention in the coming weeks and months. First order of business, get Chain and Starvo back in line with other heroes. We've tried for as long as possible to maintain iconic cards like Crown of Seeds. Carrion Husk is part of a Living Legend format, but at some point, we must target bans as close as the root cause of the hero's power level as possible, while the true culprits for Chain and Starvo will always be their own card text. These two powerful Sips are a very close second. As most Earth, Ice, and Lightning cards enter the card pool, Starvo is going to fail to trigger his ability far less and find greater base defense values available to him in deck construction. Crown of Seeds only furthers both strengths, creating more consistency and extracting greater defense efficiency from hands, particularly in conjunction with the Findel Spring Tunic. Crown of Seeds is a fun card to play with, and one that feels like part of the core Starvo experience. We recognize this one will come to a blow as Starvo enjoyers. The holistic needs of the format must come first. It does make sense. That's crazy. On the Chain side, the problems are a bit more multitudinous. I don't know how to say that fucking word. Prior to this bans, there's a strong argument that Chain was the best aggro deck, the best disruptive deck, the best anti-fatigue deck, and likely the best deck overall. Carrion Husk ban alone would not have same impact on Chain as the Crown of Seeds ban to Starvo, but its banning does open up the possibility of disruptive on-hits having some meaningful impact against Chain. Previously, Carrion Husk negated that mode of challenge during the brief window you had before Chain reached full power. However, losing just Carrion Husk would do little to stem Chain's power against non-disruptive decks. New decks made for other purposes, and heroes having simply given him too much disruptive power and offensive output in recent months. For that reason, Cull, Succumb to Temptation, and Deadwood Dirge will also be restricted. Restriction is a very different tool than banning, especially for a deck like Chain that sees so many of its cards per game. A card like Cull would still have to get substantial impact in the majority of a game as a one-of, and we still believe Chain is still very strong even under these restrictions. Accounting for that fact, and alongside the nerfs to Starvo, we feel comfortable giving tools back to the Ice heroes. We are particularly keen to offer Hypothermia to Icelander, a popular hero that felt quite far from playable in this change. In the area of digital decklist submissions, we feel like finally have the data we need to more effectively manage the Living Legend format. In the coming months, we'll be keeping a close eye on events and making sure that the format is set up to have an epic debut in the World Championship stage. Okay, cool. Commoner. There it is. Just like we fucking said, there it is. Reality Refractor is banned. So Ira is now best deck in format again. Or actually, it's probably Briar. Fuck. Oh, God. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Okay. In our previous banner restricting announcement, we spoke at length about the availability of Sip weapons to have an outsized impact on Commoner metagame. While Reality Refractor may require slightly more hoops to set up such a weapon, when the goal is achieved, Enigma is a numbers machine, fully on par with pre-nerf Ira, Chain, and Icelander. There's a good argument Reality Refractor should have been included in our last round of bans, and we're happy to correct that oversight now. Thank you. That is wonderful, actually. So good. Update to Living Legends point distribution. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Okay. Going forward, two major changes will occur with Living Legend point distribution. One, fractional Living Legend points will now be kept track of in the gem backend to mitigate the effects of excessive rounding. Okay. Living Legend points will be subject to multipliers that scale over a hero's lifespan. Multipliers? As mentioned in our recent dev talk, the Living Legend system is a unique experience in the history of TCGs and one that is successfully serving as the narrative backbone of our entire tournament circuit. However, we can't ignore the fact that having a hero rotate too soon after release can create undue hardship for our players. Simply put, you should have confidence that new heroes have an acceptable amount of time when they can be played in Blitz and Classic Constructed tournaments before they move on to their forever home in the non-hero rotating formats. To achieve this goal, the following point multipliers will be effective as of June 5th, 2025. During the first year of legality, a hero's Living Legend points will be halved. What? Like to 500? Or, oh, like the amount they earn. will be had. So if they earn 5, they get like 2. During the second year of legality, a hero's earned living legend points will have no multiplier, and in all other years of legality, a hero's earned living legend multiplier will be multiplied by 1.5. Oh shit. So it like fast tracks them if they've been in the game longer, but it halves them so that way they stay in the meta. Okay, so like this could be good, right? This could allow for old heroes to, when they get points during Pro Quest, to actually get like up there in level. But new heroes will stay around longer. The problem with that being is that they have to go a whole year before they actually will probably even be close to living legend. And sometimes that's kind of rough, because if it's like a Lexi meta situation and LSS is not aggressive with their bans, this very well could be a situation where we're stuck in a format where this deck is the best deck in the format no matter what set comes out, and they're never going to hit living legend until their next year, which from a playability standpoint and a selling product standpoint, that makes sense. But as long as LSS is aggressive with bans in those times to make sure that heroes do not reach that Lexi status, then it should be the case, right? Right, she was in her third year when she was a problem, but what I'm saying is like you also have Aurora, who was in her first year when she was a problem. And so if it becomes that way, in which you have a hero that releases and that hero is a problem, and they don't ever change that, they don't ever add a response to that, it's going to be kind of interesting to see. It is nice, though, that they're kind of like helping fast track other heroes, because it means that you've got your time to play with that hero. Now they can start earning more points and kind of getting out of here. Yes, Zen and Enigma would also be legal if that were the case, too. Propensity of this new system is to create fractional living legend points is the spark for inspiring us to keep fractional points logged in our backend. But it is also useful for preventing us from having to round distribution points in seasons like the recently ended ProQuest Singapore, where the awarded living legend points had to be rounded from 2.51 to 3 to preserve whole numbers. These updates, along with an increased cadence of bans, okay, good, I should have read the rest of this, along with an increased cadence of bans, should help us avoid outcomes like the rapid ascension of Aurora, Shooting Star in the future, while keeping a healthy number of points flowing into the living legend system. As always, we intend to closely monitor our outcomes and are happy to adjust, again, to best serve fans of Flesh and Blood. The next ban and restricted announcement will be published Monday, June 30th, with changes effective Monday, July 7th. Well, yeah, they'd be a problem released way longer if they were released broken, but a cadence of bans, an increased cadence of bans is going to help with that. They're really bad at banning. I mean, I don't think that they're awful at banning, but I definitely think that they're not as aggressive about the bans. Like, so yeah. So effectively, if this is happening as of June 5th, right? June 5th, this is when this is being put into effect, which means that for Nationals, if a hero who is within their first year of existing wins Nationals, they'll get half points. Which is kind of crazy, considering. Now, to be fair, I think that still gives New enough points to LL if she wins it. The same goes for Dash, I think. I could be wrong. She's at like 9 something, right? What is she at? 954. So yeah, and I think it's 100 points for our Nats national championship. Oh, it's only 50. Fuck am I talking about? Yikes. Yeah, okay. All right, never mind. Yikes. To be fair, though, and I mean, I think this is fine, right? At the end of the day, I think that the bans that happened in CC, I don't know, Scepter of Pain being banned is wild to me, because I definitely think that, like, they could have, like, Scepter of Pain has been around for so long And it's now until like right before high seas are people are like, hey, what if we just played this way that we could have played the hero the entire time? So it is interesting. New is definitely living another season for sure. Florian's gonna get it's like kind of a good time to be a Florian player. Obviously, you don't have to worry about Germinates anymore. You have no Germinate and no Scepter of Pain, but theoretically, you can get a different blue and you can still swing fucking Grasp of the Arknight. You can still Rune Chant. You can still do 2 Rune Chants and swing Blade as your like final thing for the remainder of its season, effectively. CYB getting banned, pretty crazy. Obviously, I don't know too many heroes that are still running CYB like wholeheartedly the entire time, but the fact that it's just not anything that people enjoy. I know a local of ours is probably throwing up right now because they love CYB. So it kind of sucks that they're going to be affected by that in that way. But it's gonna be interesting. At least we know, right? And this is at least like kind of helpful going into the next season with High Seas, is knowing that the heroes that you will play in High Seas, if you want to play Gravy Bones, or if you want to play Marlin, or you want to play Puffin, and these are heroes that you want to stick with and play because you enjoy their playstyle, or you enjoy the way that their aesthetics or whatever, that the card is just like you're gonna be able to play those heroes for a long time. So same issue as Scepter. It's not that it was impossible, it's that new cards made it too polarizing. Well, so Krakens, yeah, exactly. I mean, new cards made it too polarizing, but the thing was is that like when Rosetta came out and there was a Living Legend thing, immediately somebody went Verdant's Kraken, and it immediately got shut down the next day. But with Scepter, Tree has been around since Rosetta, and Scepter Florian has not made their mark until just now, a whole like nearly 2 sets later, and now all of a sudden it's a problem, right? I do think it is a problem. I'm fine that they did it, right? I'm fine that's a thing. But again, this is just another situation of like, why didn't they just do that initially? If they knew this was going to be a problem, why didn't they just ban it initially? So, but the red bonds being unbanned is pretty cool. Katsu is in a good spot now, I think, or at least in a better spot than they were previously. But pretty good, gotta say. I think that puts in a lot of things in regards to like some of the other cards that matter. You may see a lot of Zen players probably moving over to Katsu now to play them. I also think obviously it's not like restricted only to Katsu. You can play bonds in like Ira. You can play bonds in. Would you play bonds in Syndra? I don't know that you would. You wouldn't. You would not. You would not do that. That's silly. But yeah. I don't know. When you play the banished card from Katsu ability, it moves to the graveyard. Yeah, recurring is gonna be. Yes, yeah, recurring. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, somebody out there will probably try to break it, but like I think it's not bad. Zen was in the game because I kept Scepter in place. I mean, yeah, certainly, but even still, like that's one. Like you're not going to play Scepter of Pain into every other matchup because like you're only going to play, like you're only going to like auto lose into Zen. That just becomes your worst matchup. But you don't like lose to every other hero, you know? So that's where I think that's where like my thing is like if one hero has the out, it's like, okay, cool. Like, unfortunately, if you go up against a Zen, you kind of have to like work harder. You probably just play Reaping Blade in that front and then just try to like outvalue your opponent. But I don't like, there'd be no reason for them to be like, yeah, I'm not going to play this Florian because Zen exists. Like, stack rune chants have been around for a long time. And this is initially what people were doing on Florian, was that. So, more or less new. Is Bonds great for the Katsu? Bonds is pretty good for Katsu. Yes. Bonds, having Bonds of Ancestry Red be unbanned for Katsu means that the play lines for getting Dishonor again, and being able to get Dishonor off is good. You're able to go a little bit wider with your chain links and present a little bit more damage, but it's not going to be super oppressive because you only have 3 copies of the card in the deck. So options are certainly there, but I don't know. I mean, a lot of the hits being to Florian, pretty crazy. That is an interesting thing to see. But Germinate being banned, that's pretty good. Because now it's just like they can't wait until they're done with like the last like 10 cards in their deck, and they're just like, cool, Germinate, make 17 rune chants and pass. Block with the rest of my hand, send an attack, you die. So no, I don't think Florian doesn't stop being played. I still think Florian's a really, really powerful hero. The issue being is you just got rid of one of their end game plans that like really puts you as a pushover. Like, you know, you still do well. You still block okay. Scepter of Pain being gone is like, it's not the end of the world. It just means you have to play Reaping Blade. That's it. That's it. So, but big swish, right? Obviously, we can all comfortably say that no cards that were worth any actual dollar value above like a couple cents got hit on the ban list. So outside, I think like Germany technically was like a couple bucks, but hey, not bad. The important takeaway from this here, before we end this here, because I have to go to my armory, but we have Living Legend format's going to matter. So because Living Legend format's going to matter now, I think it might be best maybe we do some Living Legend stuff here on the channel. Play a little bit of stuff there. That's crazy. Reality Refractor was banned, which means that now I have to essentially just get my Ira game up or my Briar game up. We're probably playing either one of those. Dash also probably a pretty good choice for the thing. So for Commoner and Nats. So if y'all are getting ready for Commoner and Nats, I'd love to hear what you guys are telling me about, you know, what you feel like is going to change. But Enigma definitely was best deck in format. Now it is definitely not going to be best deck in format. And I think that is going to change up some stuff for sure. The multiplier thing is going to be very interesting. Yeah, heroes are going to exist for longer. And that strictly just means that if we're getting somewhere between what, we're getting like roughly 4 heroes a set, so like 12 to 15 heroes a year. Those heroes, you'll add those in and they won't be able to LL essentially within that year, unless of course it's like literally so oppressive that this multiplier does not fucking matter. But if they still continue to provide value to heroes that have been over their year, in which they make the armory decks or they make subsidiary sets to do the Living Legend thing, that would be great, right? Because then it would mean that you get to see these other heroes whenever they get a point. You know, they get a little bit more than that, and so it allows them to get out of the format that maybe they had to work a little bit harder to get into. But anyway, I think really it's just like CC, I'm whatever about. Nothing in there was, I don't give a shit about any of that. So that's awesome. Frankly, I don't care. Then the Commoner ban was great. And then the fact that the Living Legend format is going to matter. No Dromai cards got banned. Swish. We get to play Dromai still. So Hypothermia exists again, but like, I don't give a shit. That's awesome. Yeah, 3 of a kind also not touched. Bonds of Agony not touched, so none of those got hit. And then Count Your Blessings getting the full ban is pretty crazy too. But it's interesting. Like, hero bloat's also not an awful thing. I think that's at least my last point here. I don't mind that there's a lot of options for you to play. The thing that is good is that LSS is constantly adding new cards into the game that allow for those heroes that have been around for a long time and can't seem to get over the hump of the talented heroes, for instance. They add those cards in, and then that hero goes up, right? I mean, Viserai was at a weird spot for forever, and then they came out with a bunch of really, really good Runeblade stuff, and then he went, cool, I'm in, send it, and was able to hit Living Legend. So, but yeah, I think the issue here, right, is that you're not going to, you know, you're still going to have a wide variety of heroes, right? I think it's just going to be, if they need to make another change, again, the Living Legend system has changed, like, I shit you not, maybe every like year there's been a different change to the Living Legend system. So I don't know. It's better the same part here, but is bad. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I mean, like, I think from a competitive standpoint, it's whatever, but I think theoretically we all know what the best decks are in the format, and you don't really have to know 50 matchups. Like, knowing 50 matchups, knowing that you know that you're only going to be going into 10 heroes, maybe, like, if you take like the spread, right, you have maybe like 75% of the heroes that go to these events, really probably like 85%, are all within the same like scope of what you're looking at, right? But you know, if you go against a hero that you're not familiar with, for one, you could probably look at their hero power and go, okay, I get it. You can also probably look at their class and go, oh, I get it, because you know what the classes do, right? Classes, having class understanding is so much more important than having like the specific hero understanding, because if you know that a warrior is probably going to attack with their weapons a whole lot, so they're going to have cards in their deck that pump their weapons or do some kind of weapon weaving, then you have an idea of what you need to work with, right? If you know that their cost curve as a light talent is probably going to be fairly higher than if it was a red line deck because they're running light cards and they're running a bunch of yellows, then you have that understanding of they're probably not going to be able to, be hurt too much by things like ice, so on and so forth, yada yada, right? But I don't know. I think at the end of the day, they're gonna make changes. Things are gonna happen in the game. They're gonna add new cards for some of these older heroes, and it's gonna help them LL during these ProQuest seasons. But it's not gonna be anything that's gonna be like, this hero just became top tier hero because they got 2 cards in their armory deck. Maybe they do, but if that's the case, then that's gonna feel bad for anybody who wants to purchase that product. Again, like the same deal with the armory deck for Aurora. So major nerf to OTK Verdance as well. I don't think it's a major nerf to OTK Verdance at all. I don't think anything gets touched in OTK Verdance. Outside of the fact that, like, your opponent has Reaping Blade, maybe, but I don't think this is an issue for OTK Verdance. I don't see that being an issue at all. Because she didn't run Count Your Blessings. So, didn't matter, right? For Ravenclaw? No, I've not seen a single Verdance that I have played personally at my locals, at Colorado competitive locals. People who have won ProQuests, no CYV. They play healing potions, they play energy potions, and they play rampant growths and Sigil of Solace. That's all they need to do. They only need to amp like 20. And then the game's over. Like, there's not a lot of this like back and forth of like okay, cool, like, boo boo boo. You banishing Florian's power? No. Especially since they said that there's a card in High Seas that is gonna be Germinate, but like slightly less powerful. no, I don't think anything changes. I think Florian is still a great deck. It blocks well. You didn't lose Rootbound Carapace, so you still get to defensively decompose, and you still get to send a casual 1-card 5 every single turn when you're online, and then just continue to provide disruption with Felling of the Crown. Nothing changes with Florian. I still think it's the best deck in the format. The only thing that's different is that now Florian's going to be around for longer. So that's the thing, is that if you don't know how to deal with your Florian matchups, you're going to have a problem there. But anywho, we've done it. We have talked about the ban list and everything. I'm super excited. Thank you all for hanging out with me for this long. I'm going to leave to go to my armory, and then I'm going to play in my armory, and I'm going to have a fun time, and that's what it's all about. But I look forward to seeing you all later. We'll probably have like an actual deep dive of the whole ban list and everything sometime soon. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Give this video a like if you enjoyed the hanging out time. And then, yeah, we'll probably do some more stuff now that we know that Reality Refractor is banned. Expect more commoner gameplay on the channel, and we'll get going from there. So thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate your support. Continue to have fun in the flesh and blood. And I will see all of you beautiful Ashwings in our next video. All right. Bye, everybody.